Hello guys, welcome to Proxima What Ifs. So in this video, we will see, what if Class 1A betrayed Izuku and he returned as the Dragon Emperor with breeding harem? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1. The Ash of Heroes. The cold was the first thing he registered, a deep and permeating chill that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. It seeped into him from the metal of the chair, a seamless construct of quirk-suppressing alloy that bound his wrists behind his back and shackled his ankles to its unyielding legs. The cold was a living thing, crawling up his spine, a serp. End of dread coiling in the pit of his stomach. For 3 days, this cold had been his only constant companion. The room was a sterile white cube, featureless save for the table bolted to the floor before him, the single harsh LED panel in the ceiling that hummed with a maddeningly consistent frequency, and the slab of darkened, one-way glass that dominated the far wall. Izuku Midoriya knew who was behind that glass. He could feel their eyes on him, a collective weight of judgment that was heavier than any physical restraint. He had been here before, in rooms like this, but always on the other side of the table. A student learning, a hero in training observing. He never imagined he would be the specimen under the microscope. He was dressed in a simple, gray, quirk-neutralizing jumpsuit, the fabric rough against his skin. They had taken his hero costume, his support items, even the worn-out yellow shoelaces from his signature red sneakers. They had stripped him of everything that made him, Deku. Here, in this white box, he was just Izuku Midoriya, prisoner number 774, the alleged UA traitor. The door hissed open, a sound that now made every muscle in his body tense. 2 figures entered. The first was familiar. Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi, his face a grim mask of professional duty, though Izuku could see the flicker of conflict in his tired eyes. The detective's quirk, human lie detector, had once been a source of comfort for Izuku, a beacon of absolute truth in a complicated world. Now, it felt like another instrument of his persecution. The second figure was a woman Izuku had never seen before. She was tall, severe, with sharp features and hair pulled back into a bun so tight it seemed to stretch the skin around her eyes. She wore a perfectly tailored suit, the ensign, IA of the Hero Public Safety Commission pinned to her lapel like a judge's gavel. She moved with an unnerving, silent grace, her presence immediately sucking the remaining warmth from the room. She did not look at Izuku as a person, but as a problem to be solved, an equation to be balanced. Midoriya, Tsukauchi began, his voice flat. He avoided eye contact, setting a thick file on the table. The woman from the HPSC stood behind him. Her arms crossed, her gaze sharp and analytical. Detective, Izuku's voice was hoarse. He hadn't spoken much. What was there to say? He had repeated the truth until his throat was raw. I've told you everything. I don't know anything about the League. I'm not the traitor. The HPSC woman let out a soft, almost pitying sigh. Belief is a powerful thing, boy. It can make a person blind to the most obvious facts. We are here to help you see. She gestured to the file. Detective, please proceed. Tsukauchi opened the folder, his movements stiff. Izuku Midoriya, at 14:26, 3 days ago. A coded transmission was sent from a burner phone located within a 1-kilometer radius of the UA campus. The transmission contained sensitive details about the place and transport route for a high-value Tartarus inmate, information known only to a select group of UA faculty and 3 student representatives chosen for the escort missions support team. You were one of those students. Izuku's head shot up. I was. But I never. The transport was ambushed, the woman interjected, her voice cutting like glass. 3 pro-heroes were critically injured. The inmate was liberated by forces identified as belonging to the Paranormal Liberation Front. She paused, letting the weight of the accusation settle. The data was traced. The burner phone was ND in a trash receptacle 2 blocks from your mother's apartment. Your fingerprints were the only ones on the device. What? No. That's impossible. Izuku's mind raced, a frantic storm of analysis and denial. He tried to remember every second of that day. He'd gone home to visit his mother, picking up Katsudon on the way. He'd used a public trash can for his empty container. Could someone have planted it? It had to be a frame-up. It was the only logical explanation. Someone is setting me up. You have to believe me, detective. Your quirk. You know I'm telling the truth. He looked desperately at Tsukauchi. But the detective's face was unreadable. My quirk confirms that you believe you are telling the truth, Midoriya. The evidence, however, tells a different story. The HPSC woman slid a tablet across the table. On the screen was a series of encrypted text messages. The sender ID was a string of random characters, but the recipient was labeled, Doctor. The messages were concise, chillingly professional, and detailed weaknesses in UA's security protocols, patrol schedules, even personal habits of teachers that could be exploited. We decrypted the phone's contents, the woman said. These messages date back months. They detail the precise layout of the USJ, the location of the summer training camp, and analysis of your classmates' quirks and psychological vulnerabilities. The writing style, the obsessive level of detail, the specific analytical patterns, they are a perfect match for the hero analysis notebooks you are famous for. Izuku stared, his blood running cold. It was his analysis, twisted and perverted. Phrases he recognized from his own muttered ramblings were there, stripped of their heroic context and repurposed for destruction. No, I wrote those things to help people. To figure out how to be a better hero. Someone must have stolen my notebooks. Convenient, the woman purred. But how do you explain this? She tapped the screen. A financial statement appeared. It showed a series of untraceable cryptocurrency deposits into a newly created bank account. The account was under a false name, but the digital signature used to open it was a complex cipher that, when decoded, resolved into the IP address of the Midoriya family's home computer. The total sum deposited was staggering, enough to live in luxury for a lifetime. We found the C count keys on a hidden partition on your personal laptop, Midoriya. The same laptop you used to write your little notes. Izuku's world began to tilt. This was too perfect, too clean. Every piece of evidence was a perfectly forged nail being hammered into his coffin. His frantic denials were just the desperate sounds of a cornered animal. The trap wasn't just set, it had already sprung, and had been caught in its teeth for months without ever knowing. This is a mistake, he whispered, his voice trembling. It's a lie, all of it. The woman smiled, a thin, predatory curving of her lips. The final piece of evidence is perhaps the most damning. She played an audio file. A voice filled the room. His voice. The Nomu project is a success, but all for one stasis is a problem. Shigaraki isn't ready. He's too emotional. He needs a guiding hand. My hand. A pause, then another voice, distorted and synthesized, but clearly meant to be Tamura Shigaraki. And what of All Might? What of One for All? Izuku's voice again, colder now, filled with a chilling arrogance he had never felt in his life. All Might is a fading symbol. And One for All is a power that was never meant for a sentimental fool. It belongs in the hands of someone with true vision. It belongs to me, soon. The recording ended, leaving a dead, ringing silence in its wake. Izuku was speechless. His heart hammered against his ribs. A frantic drumbeat of terror. It was his voice, his cadence, his specific way of phrasing things, but the words were poison. They were anathema to everything he was. A deepfake, he choked out. That has to be a deepfake. A voice quirk, something. We had it analyzed by the top 5 forensic sound experts in the country, the woman stated, her voice final. All of them concluded, with 99.8% certainty, that it is your unaltered voice. The file is clean. Tsukauchi finally looked at him, and the pity in the detective's eyes was worse than any accusation. It's over, son. The door hissed open again. This time, Izuku didn't look up. He didn't have to. He could feel the shift in the air, the collective weight of a dozen pairs of eyes, a dozen betrayed hearts. We thought, the HPSC woman said, her voice dripping with false sympathy, that you might be more willing to confess if you heard from your friends. He slowly lifted his head. Framed in doorway stood the remainder of Class 1A. Their faces were a gallery of pain, anger, and disillusionment. Kaminari and Shiro stood in the back, unable to meet his gaze. Jiro had her arms crossed, her expression stony. Tokiyami was a mask of stoic disappointment. But it was the ones at the front who broke him. Tenya Iida stood ramrod straight, his glasses catching the harsh glare of the overhead light. His face was a mask of cold, righteous fury. He looked at Izuku not as a friend, but as a stain to be removed. Midoriya. Ida's voice was clipped, each word a perfectly enunciated shard of ice. As the class representative, and as someone I once considered a comrade of the highest moral standing, I must express my profound and utter disgust. You have betrayed not only our trust, but the very principles upon which UA High School was founded. Your actions are a disgrace to the title of hero. His hand chopped the air, a familiar gesture now made alien and accusatory. Next to him, Ochako Uraraka was crying. Her round face, usually so full of light and cheer, was blotchy and swollen. Tears streamed down her cheeks, dripping from her chin. She wasn't angry, she was shattered. Why, Deku, she whispered, her voice cracking with a pain that lanced straight through Izuku's chest. We trusted you. I trusted you. All those times you fought, you bled, was it all a lie? Everything you said about wanting to save people with a smile, was none of it real? Each word was a physical blow. He opened his mouth to speak, to scream that it was real, that it was the only real thing in his life. But his throat was constricted with grief. Don't you dare try to talk to her, you bastard, a low growl rumbled from the crowd. Katsuki Bakugo shoved his way to the front, his hands sparking. Tiny explosions popping in his palms like angry firecrackers. His crimson eyes were blazing with a rage that was almost incandescent. But underneath the rage, Izuku saw something else, a terrifying, vindicated certainty. I fucking knew it, he roared, his voice echoing in the small room. The HPSC woman took a half step back, the only sign of emotion she had shown. I always knew there was something wrong with you. A quirkless, useless nobody suddenly gets a goddamn superpower. And you look down on me, acting all high and mighty. It was all a lie. You were always looking for a shortcut, a way to cheat. You were never a hero. You were just a damn snake hiding in the grass. Izuku flinched as if struck. Bakugo's words, a twisted reflection of their entire childhood, hit a nerve that was already raw and exposed. Shoto Todoroki stepped forward, his expression colder than the ice that flowed from his right side. He looked at Izuku, his heterochromatic eyes filled not with heat, but with a chilling emptiness. My father was a man who built his entire life on lies, Todoroki said, his voice quiet but carrying immense weight. I know what it looks like when someone wears a mask. I thought you were different. I thought you were the one who showed me that I could be my own person, not just his creation. It seems I was mistaken. You were just another kind of monster. The dam inside Izuku broke. A sob tore from his throat, raw and agonizing. No, please, you have to listen to me. It's not true. Any of it. I would never betray you. You're my friends. My family. His desperate plea was met with a wall of silence. He looked from face to face, searching for a single flicker of doubt, a single spark of the bond they had forged through blood and battle. He found nothing. He saw only the cold certainty of the evidence, the unshakable conviction of his guilt. They had already tried and convicted him in their hearts. And then, the final, most devastating blow arrived. The crowd of students parted. A skeletal figure emerged, leaning heavily on the doorframe. Toshinori Yagi looked older and more broken than Izuku had ever seen him. His hero, his mentor, the man who had given him his dream, looked at him with eyes hollowed out by a sorrow so deep it seemed to have carved canyons into his face. All Might, Izuku breathed, a sliver of desperate hope flickering to life. All Might would know. He would see the truth. He had to. Young Midoriya. Toshinori's voice was a frail, rasping whisper. He took a staggering step into the room, followed by the HPSC woman, who placed a firm, guiding hand on his shoulder. The commission agrees with your assessment, All Might, she said, her voice now smooth and supportive. It is a tragedy, but the vessel was flawed from the beginning. The power must be secured. Toshinori's gaze met Izuku's. The hope in Izuku's chest died, turning to ash. He saw no belief in his mentor's eyes. He saw only shame, disappointment, and a terrible, soul-crushing resolve. I chose you, Toshinori said, his voice gaining a fraction of its old strength, but now it was a strength used as a weapon against him. I saw a heroic spirit in a quirkless boy. I thought you were worthy. I thought you were the one who would carry this torch, this symbol of peace, into the future. He shook his head, a single tear tracing a path through the gaunt landscape of his cheek. I was wrong. So very, very wrong. You were a failure, Izuku Midoriya. My greatest failure. The words struck Izuku with the force of a Detroit smash. The world seemed to lose its color. The sounds of the room fading into a dull roar. Failure. The word echoed in the void where his heart had been. And a power like one for all, a sacred trust passed down T. Hero generations of true heroes, cannot be allowed to remain in the hands of a traitor. Toshinori raised a trembling hand. Under the authority of the Hero Public Safety Commission, and as the 8th wielder, I am here to reclaim it. Do not resist. It will only make it more painful. Izuku stared, uncomprehending. Take it back. One for all wasn't just a quirk. It was a part of him. It was the crystallized hope of 8 generations. A living fire in his soul. It was the dream he had bled for, broken his bones for, dedicated his entire existence to. You can't, Izuku stammered, his mind reeling. It doesn't work that way. You have to want to give it. Under normal circumstances, yes, the HPSC woman said smoothly. But these are not normal circumstances. We have specialists. The bond between the 8th and 9th wielder is still uniquely strong. With your will broken and his resolve absolute, a forced transfer is possible. It will be excruciating, but it is necessary for national security. The terror that had been simmering within Izuku finally erupted into pure, unadulterated panic. This was a violation beyond comprehension. They weren't just imprisoning him, they were going to hollow him out. To rip the very core of his being from his body. All Might's hand reached for his head. Izuku thrashed against his restraints, the quirk-suppressing alloy biting into his skin. No, please, All Might, don't do this. I'm telling the truth. Don't. His screams were ignored. His former classmates watched, their faces grim but resolute, convinced this was a necessary, just act. They were watching him be soul-flayed, and they believed it was justice. Toshinori's hand made contact with his forehead. Pain. It was not a physical pain. It was something far deeper, far more fundamental. It was the sensation of his soul being hooked and pulled, of his very essence being torn apart. A white-hot agony flared behind his eyes. He felt a phantom scream echo through his mind, not his own, but a chorus of them. He could feel the vestiges of the previous wielders being ripped away. Nana Shimura's warmth, Yoichi's defiant spark, all of them crying out in protest as their legacy was forcibly excised. The green lightning of One for All, his lightning, erupted around him, not as a tool, but as a wounded, dying thing. It crackled and spat, lashing out at the restraints, at the very air. Fighting its own eviction, the physical and emotional trauma converged into a single, unbearable point of agony. Betrayed by his friends, denounced by his mentor, his dream declared a lie, his very soul being torn from his flesh. Something inside Izuku Midoriya, the gentle, crying boy who wanted to be a hero, finally and irrevocably snapped. The scream that tore from his throat was no longer human. It was a guttural, primeval roar that shook the very foundations of the building. The pain from the transfer attempt was eclipsed by a new sensation, a power that had been sleeping deep within his genetic code. A slumbering god now violently awakened by the ultimate betrayal. It felt like a star being born in his marrow. Golden light erupted from his body, a brilliant, blinding supernova that was not the warm, familiar glow of One for All. This was different. It was ancient, predatory, and incandescently furious. The LED panel in the ceiling shattered, plunging the room into a strobe-like chaos of flashing gold and panicked shadows. The quirk-suppressing restraints on his wrists and ankles didn't break. They glowed cherry red for a split second and then melted into slag, dripping to the floor with a sizzle. All Might was thrown back, his hands scorched, a look of utter shock and terror on his face. The attempted transfer had failed, but it had unlocked Summit, Hing infinitely more powerful and far more terrifying. Izuku rose to his feet, a low growl vibrating in his chest. His body was changing. The gray jumpsuit began to smolder, patches of it burning away to reveal skin that was shimmering. Patches of golden, reptilian scales, like interlocking shards of molten sunlight, were spreading across his forearms, his shoulders, and up the sides of his neck. They weren't armor. They were a part of him, growing from him as naturally as bone. The air in the room became thick, heavy, superheated by an unseen furnace. A pressure descended on everyone, a crushing, primordial authority that demanded submission. It was the pressure of an apex predator, a king, suddenly appearing in a room full of mice. What is this quirk? The HPSC woman stammered, her composure finally shattering. His records said he was quirkless. Deku. Bakugo roared, overcoming his shock with pure rage. He thrust his palms forward. What trick is this? A massive explosion, far more powerful than he would normally use indoors, rocketed across the room. It was an attack meant to intimidate, to maim, to reassert his dominance. Izuku didn't even flinch. He raised a hand, his fingers now tipped with claws that seemed to be forged from obsidian. The force of the explosion hit his palm and simply vanished. It was not blocked or deflected. It was consumed, absorbed without a sound, leaving not even a scorch mark on his scaled skin. The room fell into a terrified silence. Bakugo stared, his hands trembling, his mind unable to process what had just happened. His ultimate attack had been treated like a gentle breeze. Izuku slowly lowered his hand. He tilted his head, and when he looked up, his eyes were no longer the wide, expressive emerald green they had once been. They were slitted, draconic, and glowing with an internal, golden fire. They held no fear, no sadness, no desperation. They held only an immense, ancient, and chillingly cold fury. He focused that gaze on his former classmates. Iida, who had been ready to charge, froze mid-step, his engine sputtering. Uraraka's sobs hitched in her throat, replaced by a gasp of pure terror. Todoroki instinctively threw up a wall of ice, a defensive gesture he hadn't used against a person since the sports festival. Izuku's voice was a low, resonant baritone, layered with a second, deeper growl. That seemed to echo from the dawn of time. The sound vibrated in their bones. You judged me. You condemned me. He took a step. The floor beneath his feet cracked. Golden flames, pure and solid like liquid sunlight, began to lick at his heels, not burning the floor, but seemingly emanating from it, drawn to him. You stood by and watched as Izuku's glowing eyes flicked to the pale, horrified form of Toshinori Yagi. Tried to mutilate my very soul. He flexed his hands, the golden scales on his arms catching the light, each one a perfect, diamond-shaped mirror. He could feel it now, the power. It was a living ocean within him, where one for all had been but a single, powerful river. It was the memory of mountains and stars, of fire and sky. It was the legacy not of heroes, but of emperors. Let me show you the consequences of your mistake. He moved. It wasn't the explosive speed of full cowling. He simply vanished from where he stood and reappeared in front of the door, a blur of gold and shadow. The students between him and the exit were thrown aside by the sheer force of his passage, sent tumbling like bowling pins, not by a physical strike, but by the displaced air alone. The HPSC woman, recovering her nerve, drew a concealed sidearm, a specialized weapon designed to fire quirk-disrupting rounds. Halt. You are an S-class threat. Surrender now. Izuku didn't even look at her. He raised a hand towards the reinforced steel door of the interrogation block. A stream of golden fire, more brilliant and intense than Endeavor's hellflame, erupted from his palm. It wasn't a chaotic blast. It was a focused, controlled lance of pure energy that struck the door. The multi-layered Titan steel alloy, designed to withstand a blow from All Might, vaporized in an instant, leaving a perfectly circular hole molten at the edges. Alarms blared throughout the facility, a symphony of his escape. He turned his head slightly, his slitted, glowing eyes locking onto the terrified faces of his former life. On All Might, cowering in his skeletal form. On Bakugo, paralyzed by a power he couldn't comprehend or dominate. On Uraraka, Iida, and Todoroki, who now saw not a friend they had betrayed, but a force of nature they had foolishly unleashed. A cold, mirthless smile touched his lips, a terrifying sight on his now predatory features. The hero, Deku, is dead, he declared, his voice echoing with absolute finality. You killed him. You have only yourselves to blame for what comes next. Without another word, he stepped through the smoldering hole in the wall and into the chaos beyond. He didn't run. He walked with the unhurried, unshakable confidence of a king reclaiming his domain. He shattered the next wall, and the one after that, not with brute force, but with casual displays of overwhelming power, carving a straight, destructive path out of the HPSC black site. Back in the ruined interrogation room, Class 1A and a broken All Might could only stare at the path of destruction he left behind. The oppressive, authoritative pressure in the air lingered, a phantom reminder of his presence. The last thing burned into their collective memory was not the face of the crying, determined boy they had known. It was the sight of a being with slitted, glowing eyes, filled with a fury as cold and as ancient as the stars, promising a new world born from the ash of their betrayal. Chapter 2. The Dragon's Pulse. The flight was a blur of instinct and agony. One moment, he was a spectacle of golden fire and fury, a caged animal breaking its bonds. The next, he was just a boy, bleeding and broken, plummeting through the night sky. The draconic power that had shattered his prison receded like a phantom tide, leaving him with nothing but gravity's cruel embrace and the searing memory of betrayal. He hit the forested canopy of a mountain miles from Musudafu with the force of a meteor. Branches, thick as a man's arm, snapped and tore at him, gouging his flesh. Their brutal impacts a mercy that slowed his descent. He crashed through the final layer of leaves and slammed into the loamy earth with a sickening thud that drove the air from his lungs and rattled his bones. For a long time, he didn't move. Rain began to fall, a cold, persistent drizzle that plastered his tattered UA uniform to his skin and mingled with the blood seeping from a dozen different wounds. The pain was a living thing, a symphony of sharp, stabbing notes and a dull, throbbing bass line. His arm, the one All Might had gripped, felt like it had been twisted from its socket. His ribs screamed with every shallow breath. But worse, far worse, was the cold emptiness where their belief in him used to be. Uraraka's tears, Ida's condemnation, Bakugo's rage, All Might's voice, hollow and final. Trying to reclaim a gift he had once given with such hope. That pain was a cancer in his soul. He lay there, letting the rain wash over him, a part of him hoping the forest would simply reclaim him. That he would rot into the soil and become nothing. But something else was stirring within him. A low, resonant hum, deep in his sternum. It wasn't one for All's familiar crackle of stored energy. This was different. It was a slow, molten thrum, like the core of a planet. It was a heat that pushed back against the encroaching cold of the night and the deeper chill of despair. It was the dragon. Slowly, agonizingly, he pushed himself up. His vision swam, a kaleidoscope of dark green and black. He staggered to his feet, using a thick-trunked cedar for support. The world was a dizzying mess of sensations. The scent of wet earth, pine needles, and his own blood was overwhelmingly potent. He could hear the skittering of a beetle under a leaf 20 feet away, the drip of water from 100 different branches, the distant hoot of an owl. His senses, once ordinary, were now razor-sharp, a flood of information that threatened to drown him. A new feeling rose, overriding even the pain, hunger. It wasn't the simple emptiness of a missed meal. This was a gnawing, cavernous void, a primal craving for sustenance, for fuel. His stomach twisted into a knot, demanding, insisting. The power thrumming in his chest was a furnace, and it needed to be fed. He stumbled through the undergrowth, directionless, driven only by this new, predatory imperative. His human mind, the part that was still Izuku Midoriya, screamed in protest. He needed a hospital. He needed help. But the very concept of help was now poison. The people who were supposed to help had cast him out. They had tried to tear the soul from his body. There was no one left. There was only him, and the beast that now slept fitfully in his marrow. For 3 days, he was more animal than man. He drank from streams. The water so cold it made his teeth ache, but it was the purest thing he'd ever tasted. He found wild berries, his newfound senses telling him which were safe and which were poison with an instinct he didn't understand. But it wasn't enough. The hunger grew, becoming a physical pain that rivaled his injuries. The furnace inside him was burning through his reserves, and if he didn't feed it, he felt with a terrifying certainty that it would begin to consume him. On the third night, as a sliver of moon hung in the sky, a vision struck him. It wasn't a dream, but a waking flash of memory that wasn't his own. He saw through different eyes. The world was sharper, rendered in a spectrum of colors he had no names for. He saw the flow of energy, the life force of the trees as faint, pulsing lines of light. The heat signature of a scurrying rabbit, a bright flare in the gloom. Strong, calloused hands, his hands, yet not his, gripped a crude wooden spear. A grunt of effort, and a flick. Curr of golden energy coated the spearhead, hardening it to the consistency of diamond. A silent, patient stalk through ancient ferns. The target. A massive, tusked boar, its bristly hide caked with mud. The memory was not of a desperate hunt for survival, but a simple, necessary act of existence. There was no fear, only focus. A perfect throw. A satisfying, wet thud. The memory ended with the taste of hot, iron-rich blood. Izuku collapsed to his knees, gasping. The vision was gone, but the knowledge remained, imprinted on his mind. He knew, with absolute certainty, how to see the life in the world around him. He knew how to focus the power in his chest, not into an explosive torrent, but a fine, sharp edge. The hunger was now a roaring inferno. He got to his feet, his movements less of a stumble and more of a prowl. He closed his eyes, shutting out the confusing visual information, and focused on his other senses. He could smell it, the musky scent of deer, carried on the wind. He could hear it, the faint, rhythmic beat of a heart, steady and strong. He could feel it, a warm, gentle pulse of life energy, distinct from the cool, slow thrum of the forest. He began to move, his feet barely rustling the fallen leaves. His analytical mind, the one that used to break down hero fights, now broke down the hunt. Wind direction, terrain, the animal's likely path to water. But it was all guided by a new, predatory intuition. He found a fallen branch, thick and straight. He remembered the vision. Focusing on the hum in his chest, he drew it out, not as a flame, but as a thin, shimmering film of golden energy. He channeled it into the branch, willing it to harden. He could feel the wood groaning under the strain, its cellular structure compressing, reinforcing. It wasn't perfect, but the makeshift spear now felt heavy and dense, like a shaft of steel. He stalked his prey for over an hour. It was a magnificent stag, with a rack of antlers like a thorny crown. The old Izuku would have been filled with awe, marveling at its beauty. The new Izuku saw only sustenance. He saw calories. He saw fuel for the fire. He cornered it near a rocky outcrop. The stag, finally sensing the danger, turned to face him, its large, dark eyes wide with alarm. It snorted, pawing the ground, ready to charge. For a fleeting second, Izuku hesitated. This was killing. This was not what a hero did. A hero. A cold voice in his head. A voice that sounded like his own but deeper, more resonant, sneered. They left you to die. They called you a traitor. Their world has no place for you. Survive, or perish. The stag charged. Izuku's body moved before his mind could object. He sidestepped the antlers with a fluid grace he didn't know he possessed, bringing the hardened spear around in a powerful arc. He didn't aim for the head or the heart. The vision had taught him. He struck the powerful muscle of the hind leg. There was a sickening crack of bone. The stag bellowed in pain and collapsed, its charge broken. It struggled, trying to rise, its eyes wild with terror. Izuku stood over it, his chest heaving. The primal, triumphant part of him roared with satisfaction. The human part of him felt sick. He looked at the beautiful, terrified animal, and saw his own reflection, hunted, cornered, and crippled. I'm sorry, he whispered, the words feeling alien in his throat. He raised the spear again, and this time, he plunged it into the stag's heart, a quick, clean end. The silence that followed was profound. The hunger, however, was not. He knelt by the cooling body of the stag, his hands shaking. He knew what he had to do. Another memory fragment flared. The tearing of flesh, the satisfaction of a full belly, the way the raw energy of the kill was absorbed directly into the furnace of his own power. He closed his eyes, grit his teeth, and did what was necessary to survive. The act was brutal, savage, and it irrevocably severed the last remaining tie to the boy he had once been. As he ate, he could feel the draconic power within him surging, feeding on the life force he had just consumed. His wounds began to stitch themselves closed, the deep ache in his bones fading to a dull throb. The energy was more than just food, it was restoration. It was power. When he was done, he sat back, blood smearing his lips and chin. He didn't feel disgust. He didn't feel pride. He felt sated. He was alive. In this new, cruel world he found himself in, that was the only victory that mattered. He spent the next few weeks in the deep wilderness, honing his new existence. He became a creature of the mountains. The fragmented visions of Druk, the first Dragon Emperor, came more frequently now. They were never a full narrative, but practical, visceral lessons. He learned to draw the heat from his core to keep himself warm on freezing nights. He learned to shape the golden energy not just into a hardening agent, but into raw, concussive force, or a small, controlled flame to light a fire. He would practice for hours, his hands blistered and burned, until he could summon a perfect, fist-sized ball of fire that danced on his palm without scorching his skin. He learned to feel the ley lines of the earth, faint rivers of geothermal energy that crisscrossed the mountains. By meditating on them, he could draw a trickle of power, enough to sustain him when a hunt failed. It was like sipping from a vast ocean, but it kept the ravenous hunger at bay. His body changed. He grew leaner, but his muscles became dense and powerful. His senses sharpened to a supernatural degree. Faint, almost imperceptible scales, the color of burnished gold, began to appear along his spine and on the back of his hands, shimmering faintly in the light before sinking back beneath his skin. His eyes, once a soft, verdant green, now held flecks of gold that seemed to glow in the dark. He was becoming something else. Something more. He had claimed a cave high on a cliff face as his lair. It was defensible, dry, and offered a commanding view of the valley below. He was no longer just surviving. He was adapting, mastering his new reality. The pain of the betrayal hadn't vanished. It had simply changed. It was no longer a weeping wound, but a whetstone. Every memory of his friends' faces, of All Might's judgment, sharpened his resolve. They had wanted a monster, a villain. He wouldn't be that. He wouldn't be anything for them. He would simply be. He would build his own world, his own rules, far from their broken system. One crisp afternoon, as he was tracking a mountain lion that had been encroaching on his territory, he felt it, a new sensation. It wasn't the gentle pulse of an animal or the slow thrum of the earth. This was a pinpoint of energy, sharp and focused, moving purposefully through the forest below. It was humanoid, but it felt different. There was a warmth to it, a resonance that vibrated on the same frequency as the power in his own chest, albeit 1,000 times fainter. It felt like a distant echo of himself. His first instinct was to hide. It could be a hero, a specialized tracker. But the energy signature felt nothing like a quirk. Quirks felt like additions, tools layered on top of a person. This felt integral, ancient, like it was woven into the being's very DNA. Curiosity warred with caution. For the first time in weeks, he felt something other than the drive to survive or the cold anger of his memories. He felt intrigue. He moved silently through the trees, a ghost in the canopy, tracking the energy signature. He perched on a high branch overlooking a clearing and saw her. She was tall and athletic, with long, crimson hair tied back in a practical, thick braid. She wore durable, earth-toned clothing that looked like a cross-bedway. Modern hiking gear and something far older. On her forearms and accenting her cheekbones were patterns of fine, ruby-red scales that shimmered like jewels. But it was her eyes that held him. They were the color of molten gold, with slitted pupils, just like his own became when he truly let his power surface. She was scanning the area, not with her eyes, but with a palpable sense of focus, as if she were listening to a sound only she could hear. "I know you are here," she called out, her voice clear and strong, carrying easily through the quiet forest. "I have been following your pulse for weeks. It is like a newborn son. Please, show yourself. I mean you no harm." Izuku remained perfectly still, his heart hammering in his chest. A pulse. Was that what she was tracking? The power he radiated. She sighed, a soft, frustrated sound. "My name is Ryoko Tatsuma. My clan has been waiting for this day for 1,000 years. We are the guardians of the old ways. We are the dragon's kin." She placed a hand over her heart. "We serve the Emperor." Emperor. The word struck him like a physical blow. It was a title so far removed from the Deku he had been, it was ludicrous. Yet, a part of him, the ancient, instinctual part, responded to it. He weighed his options. She was alone. He was faster, stronger. If it was a trap, he was confident he could escape, or, if necessary, overwhelm her. But she wasn't hiding her energy. She felt open, honest, and familiar. He decided to take the risk. He dropped from the branch, landing silently on the forest floor a dozen yards in front of her. She didn't startle. Her golden eyes simply locked onto his. A slow, genuine smile spread across her face, one filled with reverence and awe. "There you are," she breathed, her voice filled with emotion. "It is true. The prophecy is fulfilled." Izuku tensed, his body coiled like a spring, ready to bolt or attack. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice a low, gravelly rasp from disuse. "How did you find me?" "I told you. I felt your pulse," Ryuko said, taking a slow, deliberate step forward. She held her hands up, palms open, a universal sign of peace. When an emperor awakens, their very presence resonates through the world's ley lines. To those who can feel it, it is as loud as a thunderclap, as bright as a star. I have been tracking it since the massive flare of energy from Musudafu. His escape, the uncontrolled eruption of power. It had been a beacon. Prophecy. Emperor. Izuku scoffed, the sound harsh. "I'm no emperor. I'm a fugitive. You are what you were born to be," she countered, her gaze unwavering. "Your bloodline has been dormant for generations, thinned out, hiding in the veins of humanity. But it was never extinguished. It was waiting for a catalyst. For a vessel, strong enough to contain the spirit of Druk, the first emperor." Druk. The name from his visions. A jolt went through him. This was real. "How do you know that name?" he demanded. "My people are the keepers of the history," she explained patiently. "We are descendants of the first humans who pledged fealty to Druk. We carry a sliver of his power in our blood, a gift from the first emperor to his loyal retainers. It allows us to feel his return. It compels us to serve." She took another step, her eyes scanning him, taking in his tattered clothes, the hardened look in his eyes, the faint shimmer of scales on his skin. "You are confused, alone. You have the power of a god, but the memories of a mortal boy. Let me help you. Let me guide you." Izuku's mind was reeling. A secret dragon clan. A prophecy. It sounded like something out of a fantasy novel. But the sincerity in her eyes was undeniable. And she knew things. Things she couldn't possibly know. He was so tired of being alone. The constant vigilance. The crushing weight of his solitude. It was exhausting. For the first time, he felt a flicker of something that wasn't rage or despair. It was a fragile, tentative shoot of hope. "Why should I trust you?" he asked, the question laced with the bitterness of his recent experience. "The last people I trusted tried to destroy me." Ryuko's expression softened with sympathy. "I saw the news reports. The UA traitor. A lie so blatant it was insulting. They are children playing with matches in a world of gods and monsters, and they mistake anything they cannot understand for a threat. I do not trust you because I am naive. I trust you because I can feel the truth of you. Your power is not born of malice or greed. It is primordial. It is the power of the earth itself. It is the power of a king." She closed the remaining distance between them, stopping just out of arm's reach. Then, in a movement of profound grace and conviction, she knelt, lowering her forehead to the ground. "Izuku Midoriya, vessel of Druk, the Dragon Emperor reborn," she declared, her voice resonating with ancient fealty. "I, Ryuko Tatsuma, of the Crimson Scale clan, pledge my life, my honor, and my power to you. My purpose is to serve you. Command me." The sight of this powerful, proud woman kneeling before him was staggering. No one had ever looked at him with such absolute, unconditional belief. Not his mother, not All Might, no one. They had believed in his potential, in the next symbol of peace. Ryuko believed in him, in the being he was right now, bloodied and cast out. He stared down at her for a long moment, the conflict raging within him. The Izuku who was Deku wanted to tell her to stand up, that he wasn't worthy. But the Dragon Emperor, the instinct that had kept him alive, recognized the truth of the gesture. This was right. This was the beginning. "Stand up," he said, his voice stronger now, imbued with a nascent authority. Ryuko rose to her feet, her golden eyes watching him expectantly. "You said you could guide me," Izuku stated, not as a question, but a demand. Then guide me. Where do we go? A relieved and brilliant smile lit up her face. To your throne, she said. We go to the first seat. The dragon's maw. The journey took 2 days. They moved east, deeper into the formidable mountain range known as the Japanese Alps. Ryuko was an expert survivalist, moving through the wilderness with an ease that put even his newly honed skills to shame. She showed him how to better refine his senses, how to distinguish the energy signatures of different animals, and how to listen to the voice of the mountains. As they traveled, she spoke, and Izuku listened. She told him the history that had been lost to the world. The Dragon Emperors were not quirk users. They were far older. They were living conduits of the planet's life force, beings who could command the elements and whose power dwarfed anything a quirk could produce. Druk, the first, had brought order to a chaotic, prehistoric world, ruling as a protector of the fledgling human race. He and his descendants had formed a dynasty that lasted for millennia. What happened to them? Izuku asked. As they rested by a fire she had helped him start, his control over the golden flames now far more precise under her tutelage. The celestial wardens happened, she said, her voice tight with an ancient hatred. She poked the fire with a stick, her golden eyes reflecting the flames. Beings from another plane of existence. They saw the emperors, power not as a force for order, but as a chaotic anomaly that upset the cosmic balance. They believed no single mortal being should wield such power. They descended, and a war began that scorched the heavens and broke the land. The wardens were powerful, beyond comprehension. One by one, the dragon emperors fell, until only the last one remained. He knew he could not win, so he performed a final, desperate act. He shattered the core of his power and scattered it into the river of human life, hiding his bloodline where the wardens could not find it. He prophesied that one day, when the world was again out of balance, when humanity had created its own false gods, a vessel would be born with the strength to withstand the re-ignition of the dragon's soul. That vessel is you, Izuku. False gods. She meant quirks. The heroes. The system he had once worshipped. The pieces were clicking into place, forming a picture so vast it was difficult to comprehend. His betrayal wasn't just a personal tragedy, it was a symptom of the imbalance she spoke of. The Hero Commission, with its obsession with control and image, was exactly the kind of rigid, blind authority that would fear and try to destroy a power like his. This temple, Izuku said, changing the subject. The Dragon's Maw. What is it? It is the first fortress temple of Druk, Ryuko explained. Carved from the very heart of a mountain that sits upon a convergence of the most powerful ley lines in this hemisphere. It is a place of immense power. It has been dormant for eons, waiting for its master to return and relight its fires. On the evening of the second day, they arrived. It was not visible at first. They stood before a sheer cliff face, a massive wall of granite that seemed to touch the sky. A waterfall cascaded down its side, roaring into a deep pool below. We are here, Ryuko said. Izuku looked around, confused. Where? She smiled. Only the Emperor can open the gate. She pointed to a section of the cliff face that looked no different from the rest. Place your hand there. Will the mountain to recognize its master? Izuku was skeptical, but he walked over to the spot she indicated. The rock was cold and slick with spray from the waterfall. He pressed his palm against it. For a moment, nothing happened. He felt foolish. Then, he remembered what she had said. He wasn't asking for permission. He was the master. He closed his eyes and focused. He didn't just push the power in his chest outward. He let it sink into him, embracing the identity of the Dragon Emperor. He felt the hum in his sternum deepen into a powerful thrum that vibrated through his entire body. He wasn't Izuku Midoriya touching a rock. He was the Dragon Emperor, returning to his home. Open, he commanded, not with his voice, but with his will. A low, grinding sound, deeper than thunder, echoed from within the mountain. The ground trembled beneath their feet. Golden light, the exact same shade as his flames, bled from hairline cracks that spider-webbed across the cliff face. With a groan of ancient stone, the wall began to slide away, a section 100 feet high and 50 feet wide retracting into the mountain itself. The opening revealed a vast, dark cavern. and the air that washed over them was ancient, still, and pregnant with dormant power. Izuku stared, speechless. Ryuko knelt beside him. "Welcome home, my emperor." They stepped inside. The massive stone door ground shut behind them, sealing them in a profound darkness and silence. Before Izuku could react, torches set in high sconces along the walls burst into life, one after another, lit by golden flames that required no fuel. The light revealed a hall of staggering proportions. The ceiling was lost in shadows hundreds of feet above. The walls were carved with intricate reliefs depicting immense dragons in battle with beings of pure light, the celestial wardens. Pillars as thick as ancient redwoods held the roof aloft, each one carved in the likeness of a roaring dragon. At the far end of the great hall, atop a wide flight of stone steps, was a throne. It was carved from a single piece of obsidian, polished to a mirror shine, and inlaid with veins of what looked like solid gold. It was stark, intimidating, and powerful. It was a seat for a king, not a savior. Izuku felt the power of the place seeping into him. The dormant energy of the temple recognized his presence, flowing into him, replenishing his reserves, soothing the last vestiges of his injuries. He felt stronger, clearer, than he ever had before. "This place, it feels alive," he whispered, his voice echoing in the cavernous space. "It has been sleeping," Ryuko said, her voice filled with reverence as she gazed at the reliefs on the wall. "Now, it is waking up." As if to punctuate her words, a low, "Gu Chi-turl" snarl echoed from the darkness at the side of the hall. Izuku and Ryuko whirled around, dropping into combat stances. From between two massive pillars, a creature emerged. It was a beast of nightmare. It was the size of a grizzly bear, with a wolf-like body covered in shaggy, black fur. 6 glowing red eyes fixed on them, and a jaw full of dagger-like teeth dripped with a viscous, black saliva. Its energy signature was chaotic and ravenous. "An onyx stalker," Ryuko hissed, drawing a pair of wicked-looking knives from her belt. "A scavenger of dormant power nexuses. It must have made a den in here centuries ago. The temple's reawakening has angered it." The onyx stalker lowered its head and charged, a blur of black fur and snarling fury. Ryuko moved to intercept it, her movements fluid and deadly. She was fast, but the beast was faster and overwhelmingly powerful. It swatted her aside with a massive paw, sending her tumbling across the stone floor. She landed hard, a grunt of pain escaping her lips. The beast ignored her, its 6 eyes locked on Izuku. It sensed the source of the power. It saw him as the true threat, the true prize. Izuku didn't feel fear. He felt a cold, territorial rage. This was his home, his sanctuary, and this creature had trespassed. It was a practical problem that needed to be solved. He had hunted beasts for weeks. This was just another, bigger hunt. The onyx stalker leapt, its jaws snapping open to crush his skull. Izuku didn't dodge. He stood his ground, planted his feet, and met the charge. He drew on the power of the temple, a torrent of energy flowing into him. He didn't summon a ball of fire. He didn't harden his skin. He did something new. He opened his mouth and roared. It was not the roar of a boy. It was the roar of a dragon, a sound of pure, unadulterated power and dominion that shook the very foundations of the mountain. A wave of golden concussive force, visible as a shimmer in the air, erupted from him. The onyx stalker, caught in midair, was blasted back as if hit by a cannonball. It slammed into a stone pillar with enough force to crack the ancient rock, and collapsed to the floor in a stunned, whimpering heap. Izuku strode towards it, his eyes glowing with golden light. He raised a hand, and a spear of solid, golden flame, crackling with raw power, materialized in his grasp. The stalker struggled to rise, its legs broken. One of its 6 eyes burst from the sheer pressure of his roar. It looked at him, and for the first time, there was not hunger in its eyes, but terror. He didn't hesitate. He thrust the spear down, ending the creature's life instantly. The body dissolved into motes of dark energy, which were then purified by the temple's ambient power, leaving nothing behind. The threat was erased. He turned to Ryuko, who was pushing herself to her feet, staring at him with wide, astonished eyes. She had a long gash on her arm, but otherwise seemed unhurt. "You," she stammered. "The Emperor's roar. I have only read of it in the ancient texts." Izuku looked at his hands. He hadn't known he could do that. It had just happened. The right tool for the right job. Practical, efficient. He walked over to her and held out a hand. Ryuko took it, and he helped her to her feet. Are you all right? He asked. I will be, she said, still looking at him with awe. My emperor. He nodded, accepting the title. It felt less alien now. He had defended his home. He had protected his first subject. This was what it meant to be an emperor. Not to rule from on high, but to be the unwavering shield for his domain. He walked past her, his footsteps echoing in the vast hall, and ascended the stone steps to the obsidian throne. The stone was cool to the touch. He ran a hand over its smooth, polished surface, feeling the latent power humming within it. Then, he turned and sat down. The moment he did, the entire temple seemed to exhale. The golden flames in the sconces burned brighter. A deep, resonant hum filled the air, the sound of ancient machinery and immense power stirring from a long slumber. On the far wall, a massive waterfall of golden energy began to flow, cascading down a carving of the world tree. Bathing the hall in a warm, majestic light, Izuku Midoriya, the boy they called Deku, the traitor they cast out to die, was gone. In his place sat the Dragon Emperor. He looked out over the great hall, his gaze falling upon Ryuko, who had once again knelt at the bottom of the steps. He was no longer a fugitive, shivering in a forest. He was a king in his castle. He had a home. He had an ally. He had a purpose. The pain of his past was not forgotten, but it had been forged into the foundation of his new throne. The world of heroes and villains had disowned him. Fine. He would build a new one. A better one. An empire. He looked towards the sealed entrance of his sanctuary, his gaze seeming to pierce through the very stone of the mountain. He knew this was only the beginning. The Hero Commission would not stop hunting him. All for One was still out there, a shadow king in the darkness. And now, he knew of a far greater threat, the Celestial Wardens, who would surely sense his awakening. But for the first time since he had been thrown into that cold interrogation room, he was not afraid. He was not alone. He was a king, with his first queen, at the dawn of a new age. Let them come. The dragon was waiting. Chapter 3. A shadow falls on the sun. The passage of time had become a strange, fluid thing in the mountain sanctuary. Days were measured not by the relentless ticking of a clock, but by the slow, majestic passage of the sun across the heavens and the waxing and waning of a moon that seemed impossibly close and brilliant in the thin, clean air. Weeks bled into one another, marked only by the shifting patterns of the stars and the gradual hardening of Izuku's body and resolve. The temple, once a silent, stone ruin, now hummed with a nascent power, a resonance that echoed the steady, powerful beat of the Dragon Emperor's own heart. He sat cross-legged in the center of the main courtyard, the one Ryuko called the Heartstone Atrium. The flagstones beneath him were cool, worn smooth by centuries of forgotten rituals. His eyes were closed, his breathing a slow, deep rhythm that seemed to pull the very essence of the mountain into his lungs and exhale it as a faint golden mist. This was his morning ritual, a practice Ryuko had insisted upon. It wasn't training in the way Yue had defined it, a frantic push for stronger punches and faster sprints. This was communion. He was learning to listen to the world, not with his ears, but with the ancient, draconic pulse that now beat within him. He could feel it all. The deep, slumbering strength of the tectonic plates miles below. The lifeblood of the planet, the magma that flowed like a slow, burning river in the Earth's core. He could feel the network of roots from the ancient cedars that clung to the mountainside. A silent, interconnected consciousness. He could feel the skittish heartbeat of a deer half a mile away, the lazy circling of a hawk high above, and the cold, errant flow of the mountain stream carving its path through rock. This was what Druk's fragmented memories had tried to teach him. A Dragon Emperor was not merely a being of great power, but an extension of the world itself. He did not command the elements, he was the elements. A subtle shift in the flow of energy drew his attention. It was Ryuko, her presence a familiar warmth, a steady flame next to his own deeper, more volcanic fire. She approached without a sound, her bare feet making no purchase on the stone, her crimson kimono a slash of vibrant color against the gray and green of the temple. You feel it too, don't you? My emperor, she asked, her voice a low, musical hum. Izuku didn't open his eyes. Something is wrong. South, towards the coast. It's like a wound in the earth's skin. A festering. He struggled to find the words. The sensations were new, primal, and difficult to translate into human language. It's a knot of fear and pain. Concentrated. Unnatural. Ryuko knelt gracefully beside him. Her hand, slender but strong with fine, almost imperceptible scales shimmering at her knuckles, rested on his shoulder. Her touch was grounding. It is a blight, a place where the natural order has been perverted. Where the strong prey on the weak not for survival, but for greed and cruelty. It is a cancer that offends the very spirit of the land. For generations, my clan has been taught to sense such things. We are the guardians against these corruptions. And now I can feel it, Izuku murmured, a frown creasing his brow. The feeling was a nauseating dissonance in the otherwise harmonious symphony of the world he was learning to perceive. It's been there for a while, hasn't it? A dull ache, but it's worse now, sharper. Cancers grow, Ryuko stated simply. And if left unchecked, they spread. She paused, her golden, reptilian eyes studying his profile. The boy she had found weeks ago, a broken, terrified fugitive, was almost gone. His frame was leaner, corded with a dense, powerful muscle that came not from weight training but from wrestling with the raw power of his own being. His face had lost its boyish roundness, replaced by sharper angles and a jawline set with a purpose that aged him beyond his years. The freckles were still there, a faint echo of the boy he was, but his eyes, when he opened them, were ancient. He opened them now. The emerald green was still their base color. But they glowed with an inner light, and the pupils were vertical slits that seemed to peer into a person's very soul. The HPSC has known about it, Izuku said. It wasn't a question. In his communion with the earth, he could sometimes feel the faint, artificial buzz of technology, the thrum of the power grid, the whispers on communication lines. The heroes. They know. They are constrained, Ryuko said, her tone laced with a disdain that was as old as her lineage. They have their laws, their jurisdictions, their politics. They see a festering woe. And debate which brand of bandage to apply, who has the authority to apply it, and what the public perception of the bandage will be. They do not see the rot for what it is. They do not see the necessity of the knife and the flame. Izuku fell silent, the weight of her words settling over him. He knew she was right. He remembered the countless briefings, the endless rules of engagement. Heroes were public servants, shackled by bureaucracy. They couldn't act without permission, couldn't use appropriate force for fear of lawsuits and media backlash. They were performers as much as protectors. Their effectiveness crippled by the very system they upheld. And in that paralysis, people suffered. The knot of pain he felt from the coast was a testament to that failure. The news, Izuku said, finally rising to his feet. He moved with a new grace, a predatory fluidity that was utterly unlike his old, clumsy self. Turn it on. The main hall of the temple was a vast, cavernous space. Gray, at stone pillars carved to resemble coiled dragons held up a ceiling lost in shadow. At one end, a massive, throne-like chair was carved from the mountain itself, untouched for millennia. At the other, incongruously, was a high-end, satellite-linked monitor and computer system, salvaged and powered by a geothermal generator Izuku himself had tapped into. It was their one window to the world they had left behind. Ryuko activated the screen. The face of a polished news anchor filled the display, her expression a carefully constructed mask of somber concern. The headline read, UA. Traitor still. L at large. HPSC issues nationwide alert. A picture of his old face flashed on the screen. The wide, innocent eyes. The hesitant, shaky smile. It looked like a photograph of a different person, a ghost from another life. Sources within the Hero Public Safety Commission confirm that the fugitive, Izuku Midoriya, is considered extremely dangerous, the anchor reported. He is believed to be armed with a stolen, powerful quirk and responsible for the brutal assault on several pro-heroes, including the symbol of peace, All Might. The public is urged not to approach him and to report any sightings immediately. Izuku watched, his expression unreadable. There was no anger, no flicker of pain. That part of him had been burned away in the inferno of his awakening. All he felt was a distant, cold clarity. They had built their narrative. They had crafted their lie and polished it until it shone like the truth. They needed a villain to cover up their own incompetence and the fragility of their symbol. They are hunting a ghost, Ryuko commented, standing beside him. They look for a lost boy, not the being you have become. Let them, Izuku said, his voice a low rumble. While they hunt their ghost, the real corruption festers. He gestured to the screen. They talk about me, a supposed threat, while a real one consumes people in the shadows. This is the failure of their system. It's reactive. It chases headlines. It cannot see the real diseases, only the symptoms that are convenient to publicize. He turned away from the screen, his gaze sweeping over the ancient temple that was now his home, his fortress. The first Dragon Emperor, Druk, his memories are chaotic. But the one thing that is clear is his purpose. An emperor does not react. An emperor acts. An emperor does not ask for permission to protect his domain. He scours it clean of filth. Ryuko's eyes lit with a fervent, primal light. This was the moment she had waited for. The awakening of the emperor's will. The Inazuma Gumi, she said, her voice dropping. The Yakuza clan that holds the docks. They have operated for decades, a blight on the coast. They deal in smuggling, extortion, and human flesh. They steal the weak, the quirkless, the desperate, and sell them like cattle. Why haven't the heroes stopped them? Izuku asked, though he already knew the answer. Their leader, Kageyama, has ties to politicians. He donates to hero agencies for good publicity. He is careful. His operations are buried under layers of legitimate businesses. To move against him requires an investigation of such scale and delicacy that the HPSC has perpetually delayed it, fearing the political fallout. They nibble at the edges, arresting a few street-level thugs to show they are doing something, while the heart of the rot beats on, untouched. Izuku's hands clenched into fists, a faint golden energy crackling around his knuckles. The distant throb of pain from the coast intensified in his perception, as if it were calling to him. He could feel the individual heartbeats of the captives, a frantic, terrified staccato. This ends, he declared. The words were not spoken with the frantic passion of the old Izuku. They were delivered with the cold, absolute finality of a judge passing sentence. The heroes can have their headlines and their phantom traitor. I will give the world a real story. A demonstration. He looked at Ryuko, and for the first time, she saw the full, untamed power of the Dragon Emperor consciously directed in his gaze. It was an authority as old as the mountains, as absolute as gravity. An emperor's duty is to his people and his territory, he said, the words of Druk echoing in his mind, feeling as natural as his own thoughts. And my territory is wherever my power can reach. Prepare yourself, Ryuko. We will show them what true justice looks like. We will show them the consequence of allowing a cancer to grow in the heart of their world. She bowed her head, a gesture of profound loyalty and respect. As you command, my emperor. The sun was just beginning its descent, casting long shadows from the ancient cedars. But on the coast, a far darker shadow was about to fall. The briefing room was sterile, cold, and smelled faintly of ozone and industrial-grade air freshener. It was a place designed to leach all personality and passion from a discussion, leaving only the cold, hard facts as presented by the Hero Public Safety Commission. Momo Yaoyorozu sat perfectly straight in her chair, her hands folded neatly on the polished table before her, a model of decorum and focus. Beside her, Kyoka Jiro slouched slightly, her earphone jacks fiddling restlessly with a loose thread on her hero costume, while Mezzo Shoji stood silently against the back wall. His multi-limbed arms crossed over his broad chest, a stoic and imposing sentinel. Momo was trying to focus. She prided herself on her ability to absorb and process information, to see the strategic and tactical layers of any situation. But for weeks, her mind had been a battlefield. A single, glaring inconsistency echoed in the logical fortress of her thoughts, a crack in the foundation of everything she believed. The evidence against Midoriya, it had been too perfect. The digital paper trail, the encrypted messages, the financial transactions, all of it was flawless, irrefutable. And that was the problem. Real-world espionage, real betrayal, was messy. It left frayed edges, anomalies, human error. The HPSC's case was a perfectly constructed narrative, as seamless and artificial as a movie plot. It was the kind of evidence you presented when you needed a conviction, not the kind you found during an actual investigation. And then there was Midoriya himself. She had spent the better part of a year with him. She had seen his crippling self-doubt, his bone-deep desire to save everyone, his tearful, self-sacrificial sincerity. The idea that such a person could be a master spy, a calm and calculating traitor capable of such a flawless deception, it was a logical contradiction of the highest order. It simply did not compute. But to voice those doubts was unthinkable. It would mean questioning All Might, questioning Principal Nezu, questioning the entire structure of the hero world. It would mean social and professional suicide. So she did what she had been trained to do. She compartmentalized. She pushed the doubts into a locked box in the back of her mind and focused on the mission. Be a hero. Do the job. Follow the rules. The man at the front of the room, a slick HPSC handler named Yokoyama with a smile that never reached his eyes, tapped a button on his remote. A map of the Musudafu coastal industrial zone appeared on the large screen. All right, team, Yokoyama said, his voice smooth and condescending. Let's review. Your mission is designated Operation Quiet Harbor. It is strictly reconnaissance. I repeat, reconnaissance. You are to observe, report, and under no circumstances engage. He zoomed in on a specific cluster of warehouses near the old shipping docks. Our intelligence suggests a recent uptick in smuggling activity in this sector, specifically related to the illegal distribution of the quirk-enhancing drug, Trigger. We believe a low-level faction of the Inazuma-gumi Yakuza is using Warehouse 7 as a distribution point. Jiro snorted softly. Low-level. The Inazuma-gumi runs this whole coast. Yokoyama's smile tightened a fraction of an inch. The HPSC is aware of the Inazuma-gumi's broader activities, earphone jack. This mission, however, is surgical. We are targeting a specific, isolated cell to disrupt the trigger supply without escalating into a wider conflict that could destabilize the region. Translation. Momo thought, mind dissecting his bureaucratic doublespeak. We don't have the political will or the evidence to go after their leadership, so we're making a token effort to look busy. The thought was cynical, and she immediately chided herself for it. Yaoyorozu, your team lead, Yokoyama continued, his gaze flicking to her. Your creation quirk makes you the most versatile for any unforeseen equipment needs. Shoji, you're our eyes and ears. Your dupli arms will allow you to scout the perimeter without detection. Jiro, you'll be on comms and acoustic surveillance. I want to know every word spoken inside that warehouse. We have reason to believe a major shipment is being moved tonight. Your window is from 2200 to 0200 hours. Get in, get the data, get out. Any questions? Momo raised a polite hand. Sir, our intel packet mentions that local hero agencies have filed multiple reports on this area, but no action has been taken. Is there a reason for the delay? Yokoyama's smile was a placid mask. Hero work involves a great deal of logistical prioritization, critique. We have to allocate resources where they will be most effective for public safety and perception. This operation was greenlit because we now have actionable, specific intelligence. Stick to the plan, and you'll be providing us with the final pieces we need to launch a full-scale, sanctioned operation. It was a perfect non-answer, and Momo knew it. But she nodded, her expression neutral. Understood, sir. Good. Gear up. You move out in 30. Yokoyama switched off the screen and strode out of the room, leaving the three students in a heavy silence. Logistical prioritization, Jiro muttered, unplugging one of her jacks from her boot and plugging it back in with a sharp click. He means politics. Kageyama, the Inazuma-gumi boss, probably owns the politicians who sign their paychecks. It is not our place to question the mission parameters, Momo said, her voice a little too stiff, a little too formal. Oh, our duty is to execute the orders we are given to the best of our ability. Jiro looked at her, a knowing, almost pitying expression in her eyes. You really believe that, don't you, Yaomomo? I believe in the system, Momo replied, her resolve hardening. This was safe territory. Belief in the system was the bedrock of their world. It may not be perfect, but it is what protects society from chaos. Tell that to the people who've been snatched off the street by these Yakuza scumbags, Jiro shot back, her voice low. I've heard the rumors. It's more than just drugs they're moving through those docks. Rumors are not actionable intelligence, Momo countered, standing up. Our mission is, let's focus on that. Shoji, who had been silent throughout the exchange, finally spoke, his deep voice resonating in the small room. She's right, Juro. A focused objective is better than a broad grievance. We have a job to do. Juro sighed and pushed herself out of her chair. Fine, let's go get our data. But I've got a bad feeling about this. The HPSC sending in students for something this sensitive. It feels like we're expendable. Momo didn't reply. She couldn't, because the same cold, logical thought had already crossed her mind. They were a deniable asset. If something went wrong, it was a tragic training accident, not a botched HPSC operation. She pushed the thought down, locking it away with her other doubts. Focus. Execute. Be the hero you were trained to be. The industrial zone was a desolate maze of rusted metal and crumbling concrete, a graveyard of forgotten industry. The air was thick with the smell of salt, brine, and diesel fuel. A persistent, drizzling rain slicked the asphalt, turning the weak glow of the few functioning streetlights into smeared, distorted halos. It was a perfect night for skulking in the shadows. From their vantage point on the roof of a derelict fish packing plant, Warehouse 7 looked like a squat, monstrous beast hunched in the darkness. Armored trucks were parked in its loading bay, and armed guards patrolled the perimeter with a military precision that belied their low-level status. Expendable was the right word, Juro whispered. Her earphone jacks plugged into the concrete rooftop, giving her a perfect acoustic map of the area. These guys aren't just thugs. They're professionals. I'm picking up at least 20 armed hostiles on the outside. More inside, and their comms are military-grade encryption. The HPSC's intelligence seems to have been incomplete, Shoji rumbled, one of his replicated eyes on a stalk peering around the roof's ledge. Understatement of the year, Juro muttered. Momo felt a knot of anxiety tighten in her stomach, but she suppressed it. It doesn't change the mission. We are still to observe and report. Shoji, can you get a look inside? Negative, Shoji replied. The windows are all reinforced and blacked out. No clear line of sight. Okay. Plan B. Momo pressed a hand to her stomach, her quirk activating. A complex device began to form from her skin, shimmering with lipids. A moment later, she held a small, drone-like device shaped like a beetle. A micro-reconnaissance drone, fiber optic camera, thermal imaging, and a silent propulsion system. Juro, I need you to find a ventilation shaft or opening, somewhere it can slip inside. Juro closed her eyes, concentrating. Her jacks twitched. Got one. North-facing wall, near the roofline. It's a narrow exhaust port, but your bug should fit. Let's move, Momo commanded, her confidence returning as she focused on the tactical problem. This was her element. They moved like ghosts along the rooftops, the rain masking their footsteps. Shoji effortlessly carried them across the wider gaps, his powerful limb making the treacherous terrain a simple matter. They reached the north side of the warehouse, positioning themselves behind a large water tower. Momo expertly piloted the drone, its tiny camera feed displaying on a wrist-mounted monitor she had also created. She guided it into the vent, the view switching to a dark, grimy tunnel. A few moments later, it emerged into the cavernous interior of the warehouse. And the mission fell apart. The drone's camera relayed a scene of pure horror. This wasn't a drug distribution hub. It was a holding pen. Cages were stacked from floor to ceiling, and inside them were people. Dozens of them, men, women, and even some children, all of them looking gaunt, terrified, and broken. Many wore collars that pulsed with a faint light. Quirk-dampening collars, Momo breathed, her voice shaking with rage and horror. This isn't about Trigger. This is human trafficking. Juro's face went pale. Oh God, Yaomomo, the rumors were true. On the monitor, a group of Yakuza were dragging a young woman with butterfly wings from a cage. The leader, a brutish man with a scar splitting his eyebrow, barked orders. The drone's microphone picked up his words, and Juro relayed them. Her voice trembling. He's saying, this one's for the private buyer in Luxembourg. A rare mutation quirk. Make sure she's prepped and loaded onto the transport. The others are for the fighting pits in Gunja. Weaken them, but don't damage the merchandise. Momo felt sick. This was the reality behind Yokoyama's logistical prioritization. This was the cancer the heroes were monitoring. We have to do something. Juro hissed, her fists clenched. Our orders are not to engage, Shoji reminded them, though his voice lacked its usual conviction. To hell with our orders. Jiro snapped. We're heroes, aren't we? We can't just sit here and watch this. Momo's mind raced, weighing the variables. They were outnumbered and outgunned. The Yakuza were heavily armed professionals. A direct assault would be suicide. But to retreat, to leave these people to their fate, it was a betrayal of everything she had ever sworn to become. The decision was made for them. A sudden, piercing alarm blared through the warehouse. On the monitor, the Yakuza leader looked directly at the drone's position. Anti-surveillance system, he snarled. We've got rats. Outside, spotlights flared to life, sweeping across the rooftops. Compromised, Shoji yelled. They're on to us. The warehouse doors burst open, and Yakuza thugs poured out, their quirks flaring. One of them pointed a thick, meaty finger at their position. A moment later, the water tower they were hiding behind exploded in a shower of rust and water as a concussive blast hit it. Go now, Momo screamed, creating a thick smoke bomb and throwing it down to cover their retreat. They scrambled back across the rooftops, but the Yakuza were prepared. Men with flight and mobility quirks took to the air, others on the ground fired projectiles of hardened bone and corrosive acid. A piece of shrapnel from another explosion tore through Jiro's leg, and she cried out, stumbling. I've got her, Shoji grunted, scooping her up without breaking stride. They were being herded, corralled. The Yakuza weren't trying to kill them, they were trying to capture them. They reached the edge of the industrial park, a high chain link fence blocking their path to the street. They were trapped. Dozens of Yakuza surrounded them, their faces twisted in cruel leers. The scarred leader stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. His own quirk manifested, his skin turning into a dark, jagged obsidian. Well, he sneered. A few little hero hatchlings from UA. The boss will be very pleased. Your quirks will fetch a high price. Or maybe we'll just have some fun with you first. Momo stood her ground, creating a solid tungsten shield and a bow staff. Her heart hammered against her ribs, but her expression was one of defiant determination. Shoji gently set Jiro down and spread his 6 arms, a formidable wall of flesh and muscle. Jiro, grimacing in pain, aimed her boot, ready to fire a sonic blast. They were heroes. They would not go down without a fight. But Momo, the strategist, the logician, knew the truth. It was a fight they could not win. The numbers, the power, the sheer brutality they faced, it was overwhelming. They had followed the rules, trusted the system, and it had led them here, into a butcher's trap. The last thought that flashed through her mind was a bitter, desperate irony. Midoriya was right to run. And then, everything changed. The rain, which had been a steady drizzle, stopped. Not just tapered off, but ceased instantly, as if a switch had been thrown. The air grew heavy, thick with an unseen pressure that made the hairs on their arms stand up. A low hum vibrated through the ground, a bass note so deep it was felt more than heard. The spotlights flickered and died, plunging the yard into near darkness, lit only by the distant city glow. The Yakuza looked around, confused and unnerved. Their confident sneers faltered. What the hell is this? The obsidian-skinned leader growled. Scanning the sky, a light appeared in the oppressive gloom above them. It was not the harsh white of a searchlight or the familiar glow of a hero's quirk. It was a soft, pure gold, like a captive dawn. It descended slowly, resolving into 2 figures. One was a woman in a crimson kimono, her long, dark hair flowing behind her as if in a non-existent wind. Her expression was one of cold, regal disdain. The other was a man. He wore simple black pants and a dark, high-collared jacket. His green-black hair seemed to absorb the light. He wasn't large or overtly muscular, but the sheer presence he projected was immense. It was a gravity well of power, pulling all attention, all focus, onto him. Momo's breath hitched in her throat. Her mind reeled, refusing to process what her eyes were seeing. The face was different, harder, older, colder, but it was unmistakably him. Midoriya, she whispered, the name a ghost on her lips. The Yakuza leader laughed, a harsh, ugly sound. The UA, traitor, what's he gonna do? Cry at us? Izuku Midoriya floated a few feet above the ground, his eyes closed. He took a slow, deep breath, and the golden light around him intensified. When he opened his eyes, they were no longer the vibrant green of a hero in training. They were the slitted, glowing gold of a predator, an apex being looking down upon vermin. "This land is sick," he said, his voice quiet yet carrying across the entire yard with unnatural clarity. "And I am the cure." He didn't move, he simply extended a hand. From the ground around the surrounded Yakuza, pillars of golden flame erupted without sound or heat, forming a cage of pure energy. One of the thugs, startled, stumbled back against a pillar. He didn't scream, he simply dissolved. His body, his clothes, his very atoms were unmade, turning into motes of light that were absorbed into the flame. A collective gasp of horror rippled through the yard. This wasn't a hero's power. It wasn't a villain's. It was something else entirely. Something absolute. The obsidian-skinned leader, his bravado shattered, roared in fury and charged. "You bastard! I'll kill you!" He swung a massive, rock-like fist. Izuku didn't even look at him. A small, golden dragon, no bigger than his forearm and woven from pure light, materialized from his back. It shot forward with impossible speed, phasing through the leader's obsidian chest. For a moment, nothing happened. The leader stood there, his fist inches from Izuku's face. Then, his eyes widened in terror. Cracks of golden light spread across his stone skin, then his entire body. He crumbled into a million pieces, turning to dust before he even hit the ground. Silence. A profound, terrified silence fell over the yard. The remaining Yakuza stood frozen, trembling. Their quirks forgotten. They were tough, hardened criminals who had faced heroes before. But this was not a hero. This was a god of death. Izuku finally lowered his gaze, his glowing eyes sweeping over the caged traffickers. He looked at them not with anger, but with a chilling, detached judgment, like a man looking at insects. "You are a blight," he said, his voice a low, echoing rumble. "You feast on the pain of the innocent. You have forfeited your right to exist." He clenched his outstretched fist. The cage of golden flames collapsed inward. It was not an attack. It was an eradication, a cleansing. There were no screams, no sounds of struggle. There was only a silent, brilliant implosion of golden light. And when it faded, there was nothing. No bodies, no ash, no blood. The Yakuza were simply gone. The ground where they had stood was clean, as if they had never been. Izuku's feet touched the ground softly. The immense pressure vanished. The rain began to fall again. The world returned to normal, except for the 3 stunned UA students and the 2 figures who had just rewritten the laws of reality. Ryuko landed gracefully beside him, a flicker of pride in her eyes. "A clean excision, my emperor." Izuku ignored her, his golden eyes fixing on Momo. He began to walk towards them, his steps measured and silent. Shoji instinctively moved to stand in front of Momo and the injured Juro, his body a living shield. Izuku stopped a few feet away, his gaze piercing. There was no recognition in his eyes, no hint of their shared past. It was the look of a king examining a subject. "You," he said, his voice calm, devoid of malice or triumph. "Yaoyorozu Momo." Momo found her voice, though it trembled. "Midoriya. What have you become?" "I have become what was necessary," he replied simply. He gestured vaguely at the empty space where the Yakuza had been, at the hulking warehouse behind it. "This operation, this cancer, the Inazuma gum. I have been running this trafficking ring for 12 years. 12 years. The Hero Commission has a file on them 3 feet thick. They know about the political connections. They know about the shell corporations. They know about the victims." He took another step closer, and Shoji tensed but did not move. Izuku's eyes bored into Momo's, and she felt her carefully constructed worldview begin to crumble into dust. "I have a question for you, Yaoyorozu Momo," he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper, yet carrying the weight of a death sentence. "You, the model student. The one who believes in the system. The one who follows the rules." He paused, letting the silence stretch, forcing her to meet his gaze. How many more people had to be caged? How many more lives had to be destroyed and sold like meat while your heroes and your commission waited for permission? While they debated logistics, while they feared the political fallout, the question was a physical blow. It struck her with more force than any punch. It was not an accusation born of anger or a villain's taunt. It was a simple, irrefutable statement of fact. A truth so sharp and cold it stole the air from her lungs. She had no answer. There was no answer. He was right. Her logic, her faith, her entire identity as a hero in training was predicated on a system that had allowed this atrocity to fester for more than a decade. Their mission tonight wasn't to stop it. It was to gather more data for a file that was already overflowing with ignored suffering. They were not rescuers. They were accountants of misery. Tears welled in her eyes. Born not of fear, but of a profound, soul-crushing shame. Izuku watched her, his expression unchanging. He saw her resolve shatter, the foundation of her belief turn to sand. He had not come here to save her. He had come to deliver a message. The world you believe in is a lie, he said, his voice resonating with an unshakable conviction. It is a cage of rules, compromises built to protect the powerful, not the innocent. It is a system that chooses the slow, acceptable death of thousands over the discomfort of true, decisive action. He turned away, his back to them. Ryuko moved to his side. It is time to go, my emperor. The cleansing is not yet complete. Izuku nodded, and they began to rise into the air. He didn't look back. He didn't offer them help, or a way out, or any further words. He simply left them there in the rain, in the silence, with the terrible, undeniable truth of his actions and his words. Momo sank to her knees on the wet asphalt, the tungsten shield and staff clattering to the ground beside her. She stared at the empty space where dozens of men had just ceased to exist, then looked at the looming warehouse where dozens of victims were still locked in cages, waiting for heroes who had been sent to observe, not to save. The seed of doubt that had been a tiny, hairline crack in her soul had just been smashed open by a force of nature. And in the ruins of her former convictions, a new, terrifying understanding began to grow. The world didn't need another hero who followed the rules. It needed a king who would burn the rulebook. Chapter 4. The Forge and the Fist. The air in the dragon's maw, the name Ryuko had given their mountain sanctuary, was a living thing. It carried the scent of ancient stone, damp earth, and the sharp, clean tang of pine from the forests clinging to the slopes far below. For Izuku, it carried more. He could taste the subtle shifts in barometric pressure, feel the static charge of an approaching storm in his teeth, and sense the lifeblood of the mountain itself, the geothermal heat that pulsed deep within its core, a slow, titanic heartbeat that echoed the thrumming of the power in his own chest. This heightened perception was a constant, a symphony of sensory input that had replaced the dull hum of the world he once knew. It was a gift from Druk, a legacy of the bloodline, It was also a stark reminder of the chasm that now separated him from humanity. He stood with Ryuko on a wide, natural balcony of rock that overlooked a sheer drop of 1,000 meters. Below, the world was a tapestry of green and gray. The rising sun painted the distant peaks in hues of rose and gold, but here, in the shadow of their own colossal mountain, a pre-dawn twilight lingered. They just finished their morning ritual, a series of katas and breathing exercises Ryuko had taught him, designed not to build strength but to control the overwhelming torrent of it. It was less a workout and more a form of active meditation. An hourly negotiation between the boy he had been and the emperor he was becoming. The Yakuza's resources are crude, Izuku said, his voice a low rumble that seemed to carry further than a normal man's. He was examining a high-caliber automatic rifle, one of dozens they had confiscated from the trafficking ring's armory. He held it in one hand, its weight insignificant. Functional, for killing mortals, but they are loud, inefficient, and lack imagination. He squeezed his hand, and the weapon crumpled with a groan of protesting metal, the stock splintering, the barrel twisting into a useless corkscrew. He tossed the mangled scrap over the edge, not even watching it fall. Ryuko, perched gracefully on a stone outcrop beside him, nodded. Her crimson hair was a slash of vibrant color against the muted tones of the rock. Her golden, reptilian eyes tracked the falling piece of metal for a moment before returning to him. The smiths of old, the dragon kin who served your ancestors, could forge armor from a fallen star and blades that could wound a god. They wove enchantments into metal, coaxing the elements to do their bidding. But their lines are broken. Their forges cold for millennia. So we adapt, Izuku stated. It was not a question. It was the core tenet of his new existence. The old world had its magic. This one has its own. Technology, engineering, the art of bending physics to one's will. He turned to face her, his own eyes, now a shade of emerald so intense they seemed to glow from within, holding a flicker of that same ancient, golden fire. We have a fortress, but its walls are just stone. We have a treasury, but it's filled with currency and weapons that are beneath us. We need a proper defense grid. We need communications that cannot be traced. We need medical technology, fabrication units, advanced analytics. We need a forge, Ryuko. A modern one. And every forge needs a master. Ryuko's lips curved into a slight, predatory smile. She understood immediately. You have someone in mind. Someone I saw at the UA Sports Festival, Izuku confirmed, a memory surfacing. Not of triumph or camaraderie, but of a raw, untamed force of a different kind. A girl from the support course. Pink hair, eyes like targeting reticles. She called her inventions her babies. He paused, a flicker of something that might have been a smile touching his own lips. She had no restraint, no concept of too much. The teachers tried to rein her in, to make her practical. They were trying to cage a hurricane. Mei Hatsume, Ryuko supplied. Her own knowledge of the current generation of hero students surprisingly thorough. A prodigy, unpredictable, volatile, utterly obsessed with creation. The Hero Commission has a file on her, flagged for potential recruitment or containment. They see her as a tool or a threat, nothing in between. They see a nail for their hammer, Izuku corrected, his voice hardening. They don't understand that she is the hammer, and the anvil, and the fire. They offer her rules, regulations, and ethical review boards. I will offer her the world as her workshop. UA is now one of the most fortified locations in Japan. Ryuko cautioned, her practical nature asserting itself. Since your departure, their security has been tripled. A fortress within a fortress. Every fortress has a key, Izuku said, his gaze drifting back towards the distant, hazy sprawl of the cities. And I can feel its pulse. I know its rhythms, its blind spots. They're watching for an army. For a villain's assault. They won't be watching for a ghost. He closed his eyes, and for a moment, he let the Emperor's pulse expand, his consciousness brushing against the distant thrum of civilization. He could feel the electrical grid, the flow of data, the heartbeats of millions. And within it all, a concentrated knot of energy, a place buzzing with power and potential, raw and untamed. UA, high school, it was calling to him. Tonight, he declared, opening his eyes. The decision was made. Tonight, the Dragon Emperor goes recruiting. The atmosphere at UA High was suffocating. What had once been a campus buzzing with optimism and boundless energy was now a place of quiet paranoia and heavy silence. The triumphant shouts of training had been replaced by the grim, methodical sounds of drills. Laughter in the hallways was scarce, replaced by whispers and suspicious glances. The news of Izuku Midoriya, the supposed traitor, had shattered the school's soul and the hero public safety commons. Sion's subsequent information lockdown had only bred more fear and uncertainty. Every student felt it. Every teacher wore it on their face like a mask of exhaustion. This oppressive gloom was the backdrop for the announcement that Class 1A and Class 1B would be conducting joint combat training exercises for the foreseeable future. The official reason, delivered by a tired-looking Shota Aizawa and a grim-faced Sekijiro Kan, was to promote inter-class cooperation and present a unified front in these trying times. Everyone knew the real reason. Class 1A was broken. Itsuka Kendo, Class 1B's representative, stood with her arms crossed, observing her own classmates' reactions. Nito Monoma, predictably, was preening. Oh, finally, he crowed, striking a dramatic pose. A chance to prove, once and for all, that the so-called stars of 1A are nothing but collapsing nebulae. Their spirit is shattered. We shall grind them into dust. And a single, sharp glance from Kendo silenced him. Her authority in her class was absolute, built not on fear, but on a foundation of unshakable competence and genuine care. That's enough, Monoma, she said, her voice even but edged with steel. This isn't a competition. It's a support mission. Think of them as allies who've been through a traumatic event. Our job is to help them get back on their feet, not kick them while they're down. Monoma deflated slightly, but he couldn't help one last parting shot under his breath. Easy for you to say. They're the ones who harbored a traitor. Kendo heard him, and the word, traitor, grated on her. It felt too neat, too simple. She had watched the HPSC's press conference. She had read the official UA statements. Everything was perfectly packaged. A flawless narrative of a troubled boy, seduced by villains, who had betrayed them all. The evidence was classified, of course. For security reasons. It was all so clean it felt sterile. It felt wrong. Her gaze shifted across the massive train. Ground. The unforeseen simulation joint, repaired and upgraded since the League of Villains' first attack, to where Class 1A was gathering. They didn't look like the confident, almost arrogant rivals she was used to. They looked like ghosts. Katsuki Bakugo was a storm cloud of condensed rage, but it was a different kind of anger than before. It wasn't fueled by pride, it was fueled by something that looked horribly like self-loathing. He wasn't looking for a fight, he was looking for an explosion, any explosion, to drown out the noise in his own head. Shoto Todoroki was even more withdrawn than usual, a statue of ice and simmering fire. Tenya Iida stood ramrod straight, a perfect model of discipline, but his movements were jerky, his eyes constantly scanning, as if expecting betrayal from every shadow. And Ochako Uraraka, she just looked lost, her usual bright energy extinguished, leaving a hollowed-out sadness in its place. And then there was All Might. The former symbol of peace was there in his skeletal form, ostensibly to observe and advise. But he was a specter at the feast, his presence a constant, painful reminder of the failure that haunted them. He looked at his former students with a deep, bottomless well of regret in his sunken eyes. He was a monument to a broken promise. Kendo's innate sense of justice, the very quality that made her a natural leader, was screaming at her. The picture didn't fit the frame. The story they had been told did not align with the raw, festering wound she saw in Class 1A. Guilt, yes. Anger, yes. But underneath it all, she saw confusion. Doubt. The kind of doubt you have when you've been forced to believe something that your own heart tells you is a lie. All right, listen up. Vlad King's voice boomed, shaking her from her thoughts. The exercise is simple. Team-based objective retrieval. One team of 8 will act as villains, guarding a target. The other team of 8 will be the heroes, attempting to capture it. The rest will observe. First up, Kendo. You're leading the hero team. Your picks are Tetsu, Shiozaki, Awase, and from 1A, Yaoyorozu, Jiro, Shoji, and Tokiyami. Her eyes immediately found Momo Yaoyorozu, the brilliant, capable vice representative of 1A. Kendo had always respected her, even felt a friendly rivalry with her. But the Yaoyorozu she saw today was different. There were dark circles under her eyes. She carried herself with a new, brittle tension. Kendo had heard the rumors about her last mission, a disastrous encounter with a Yakuza clan that had been inexplicably wiped out by a new, powerful entity. The official report was heavily redacted, but the whispers were persistent. This was her chance, not to win, but to understand. To get close and see the cracks in the official story for herself. Right, Kendo said, her voice ringing with a confidence she didn't entirely feel. Let's get ready. Night fell over Musudafu like a shroud. To the ordinary eye, UA was an impenetrable bastion of light and steel. Searchlights swept across the grounds, infrared sensors scanned the perimeter, and pressure plates lay hidden beneath the manicured lawns. Pro-heroes patrolled the walls, their senses on high alert. It was a projection of absolute security. To Izuku, it was a leaky sieve. He and Ryuko lay prone on the forested hill overlooking the campus, shrouded in darkness that seemed to cling to them. Izuku wasn't just looking at the school, he was feeling it. He could sense the flow of electricity through the wires powering the security grid, a constant, predictable hum. He could feel the rhythmic beat of the guards' hearts, their patterns of movement as ingrained and thoughtless as a ticking clock. He could even sense the faint, chaotic buzz of adolescent energy from the dormitories. The main power conduit runs underground along the western wall, Izuku murmured, his voice barely a whisper, yet Ryuko heard it perfectly. There's a backup generator, but it takes 1.7 seconds to kick in. The sensor grid will reboot, but for a window of approximately 3.4 seconds, the infrared and motion detectors will be blind. Ryuko's eyes widened slightly in the dark. How can you know that? I can feel the lag in the system, he explained simply. It's like a stutter in the school's heartbeat. And there, he pointed towards a section of the massive outer wall. That guard, the one with the sensory enhancement quirk. He's been on duty for 10 hours. His focus is starting to drift. His patrol route has varied by 6 meters in the last hour. He's tired. Predictable. This was the Dragon Emperor's perception. It wasn't just sight and sound. It was an intuitive understanding of the systems of the world, both natural and man-made. He saw not a wall, but a series of weak points. Not a security grid, but a pattern of exploitable gaps. Mei Hatsume's workshop is in the support department building. 3rd floor, northwest corner, Izuku continued. Her energy signature is loud. It feels like a barely contained star. She's awake. She's working. So, a frontal assault. Ryuko smirked. No, Izuku said, a hint of amusement in his tone. A conversation. I'll go alone. You create the diversion. At precisely 1:47 a.m., you will sever the main power conduit. The timing must be exact. It will give me the window I need to bypass the inner checkpoints. Ryuko gave a sharp, affirmative nod. Her role was simple, direct. A dragonkin's claws could shear through reinforced steel and concrete as if it were paper. The power line stood no chance. Izuku rose to his feet, a shadow detaching itself from the others. He moved with a silence that was unnerving, his feet making no sound on the leaf-strewn ground. As he began his descent towards the slumbering fortress, he was no longer the boy who had once trembled at its gates, dreaming of being a hero. He was a predator, returning to his old hunting grounds. The training battle was a catastrophe for Class 1A. Kendo's team, the designated heroes, moved with a fluid cohesion that her own impromptu squad from 1A couldn't hope to match. Yaoyorozu was the strategist, as always, but her plans felt hesitant. Her creations lacking their usual inspired flair. Jiro's intel gathering was solid, but Tokiyami's dark shadow was sluggish, reacting a split second too late, as if mirroring its master's own troubled spirit. The villain team was a mix of both classes, led by Bakugo. And Bakugo was not leading, he was rampaging. He ignored his teammates' positions, his own team's strategy, everything. He blasted his way through the urban simulation zone with a singular, desperate focus, find an opponent and break them. It wasn't about winning the objective. It was about finding a release for the Presu. Rebuilding inside him until he thought he would explode. Kendo found him in the plaza at the center of the training ground. She had used her team as a scalpel, surgically disabling the other villains, leaving Bakugo isolated. He stood amidst the rubble, panting, his eyes wild and unfocused. It's over, Bakugo, Kendo said, her own giant fist solid and ready. Your team is out. Surrender the objective. Shut up, he roared, and the sound was raw, filled with more pain than anger. He launched himself at her, explosions crackling in his palms. I'll kill you. I'll kill all of you. He was sloppy, powerful, but sloppy. His movements were all brute force, telegraphing his intent. Kendo, a master martial artist, met his chaotic assault with disciplined defense. She parried, she blocked, she redirected his momentum. It was like wrestling with a force of nature. With every explosion that she deflected, she saw it, the flicker of desperation in his eyes. He wasn't fighting her, he was fighting the memory of a green-haired boy, of a broken promise, of his own complicity. She saw her opening. As he lunged with a wide right hook, she didn't block. She stepped inside his guard, hardening her hand with her quirk, and delivered a precise, chopping blow to the side of his neck. It wasn't a knockout blow, just enough to stun him, to disrupt his balance. He staggered, the explosions in his hands sputtering out. They stood chest to chest, the air thick with the smell of nitroglycerin and ozone. What are you fighting for, Bakugo? Kendo asked, her voice low and intense. This isn't about winning. This is you trying to punish yourself. His eyes, for a single, unguarded moment, were filled with a terrifying clarity. He wasn't looking at her, but through her. He was always there. Bakugo rasped, his voice cracking. That damn nerd. Always behind me, always, he couldn't finish. The rage surged back, a shield against the vulnerability. He shoved her back, his face a mask of fury. Get out of my head, big hands. Before he could attack again, the buzzer sounded, signaling the end of the exercise. Hero Team wins, All Might's voice announced over the intercom, but it was devoid of any enthusiasm. As Bakugo stormed away, cursing and spitting, Kendo stood perfectly still. She had touched the wound, and it was deeper and more infected than she could have ever imagined. The official story said Midoriya was a traitor who fooled everyone. But Bakugo's reaction wasn't that of someone who had been fooled. It was the reaction of someone who felt they had committed a great and terrible sin. The 3.4-second window was an eternity. At 1:47 am, the lights of UA flickered and died. A wave of darkness washed over the campus, followed by the immediate, panicked hum of the backup generators kicking in. In that brief interlude of electronic chaos, Izuku moved. He flowed over the outer wall like smoke, landing silently on the grass inside. The infrared grid came back online a second after he cleared it. The pressure plates reactivated as his feet touched the pavement of the main path. He was a ghost in the machine, moving through the gaps in its awareness. He didn't use brute force. He used his new senses, his movements perfectly synchronized with the rhythm of the security system he now understood as intimately as his own breathing. He reached the support department building without raising a single alarm. The doors were locked with a high-tech electronic system. For the old Izuku, this would have been an impassable barrier. For the new Izuku, it was a minor inconvenience. He placed his palm flat against the control panel. He didn't try to hack it. He focused, channeling a minuscule, precisely controlled thread of his draconic energy, pure, golden electricity, directly into the lock's circuitry. The mechanism whirred, clicked, and slid open. The building was silent, save for a distant, rhythmic banging coming from the third floor. He ascended the stairs, the sound growing louder, accompanied by the high-pitched whine of a plasma torch and the faint, acrid smell of burnt wiring. He found her workshop. The door was slightly ajar, a chaotic symphony of light and sound spilling into the darkened hallway. Peeking inside, Izuku saw a wonderland of mad genius. Blueprints were taped to every available surface, many overlapping. Wires snaked across the floor like metallic vines. Half-finished gadgets, gleaming exoskeletons, and bizarre-looking support items littered every workbench. The air hummed with power, and in the center of it all was Mei Hatsume. Her pink dreadlocks were tied up in a messy bun, goggles pushed up onto her forehead. Her face was smudged with grease, and her eyes, magnified by another set of lenses she was wearing, were fixated on the device she was welding. She was a whirlwind of creative energy, a force of nature in a grease-stained jumpsuit. She moved with an obsessive, frantic grace, her focus so absolute that she was completely oblivious to his presence. He watched her for a full minute, a strange sense of recognition dawning on him. She was like him, not in power, but in purpose. She was driven by an undeniable, all-consuming need to create, to build, to push the boundaries of what was possible. UA wasn't a school to her. It was a lab, and a frustratingly restrictive one at that. He stepped into the room, his silent entrance finally breaking her concentration. Her head snapped up, her zoom lenses focusing on him with an audible whir. "Whoa, security breach," she exclaimed, her voice filled not with fear, but with a bizarre, cheerful curiosity. "You're not a teacher, and you're definitely not a student. Your uniform is way off-brand. New stealth hero prototype. Let me see the material weave." She started to bound towards him, her eyes gleaming with scientific hunger. "I am not a hero, Hatsume-san," Izuku said, his calm, resonant voice stopping her in her tracks. Her eyes narrowed, the lenses zooming in on his face. Recognition dawned. It wasn't the face from the news reports. That was a scared, crying boy. This was someone else. The same features, but carved from stone, his eyes holding an ancient, unnerving light. Still, she recognized the base model. "Wait a minute. You're the traitor guy. Midoriya," she yelped, pointing a welding torch at him. "You've got a lot of nerve coming back here. They said you were a supervillain now." "The HPSC says many things," Izuku replied, unperturbed by the torch. He took another step into her workshop, his gaze sweeping over her creations. He didn't look at them as a layman would. He saw the principles behind them. An electromagnetic rail accelerator with a variable charge capacitor. Impressive. But the power-to-weight ratio is inefficient. The recoil would shatter a normal user's arm. He gestured to a complex gauntlet on another table. A kinetic energy absorption and redirection system. Brilliant in theory, but the storage medium is unstable. A direct hit from a high-yield impact could cause it to detonate. May's jaw dropped. The torch in her hand lowered. No one, not even Power Loader, had ever been able to deconstruct her babies with such terrifying, immediate accuracy. How did you? I see the energy, Izuku said simply. I see how it flows. How it wants to flow. You force it down a path of your design. You are a master at it. But you are limited by your materials. By your power sources. By the pathetic physical tolerances of the heroes you build for. He stopped directly in front of her. His presence filling the chaotic workshop. He was taller than she remembered, broader. He radiated an aura of immense, controlled power that made the air itself seem to crackle. I am here to make you an offer, Mei Hatsume, he said. His voice dropping to a near hypnotic baritone. I am offering you a new client. A new patron. One who will not shatter. One who will not break. He held out his hand, palm up. He focused, and a small, perfect sphere of golden energy, like a miniature sun, bloomed into existence, hovering an inch above his skin. It did not radiate heat, but the sheer density of the power it contained made May's hair stand on end. Her goggles automatically darkened to protect her eyes. What is that? She breathed, her scientist's curiosity overriding any sense of self-preservation. A power source, Izuku said. My power source. It is primordial, almost limitless. Your inventions are brilliant, but they are starving. They are designed to run on batteries and the crude biological energy of quirks. I am offering them a feast. He looked her directly in the eyes, his emerald gold gaze piercing through her lenses. I am offering you a laboratory with no budget. A workshop with no rules. No ethics committee to tell you your vision is too dangerous. No weak bodies to limit your designs. I am offering you the chance to build for a god, and in doing so, to become a goddess of the forge. Your only limit will be your own imagination. May was trembling, but not with fear. Her eyes, wide and manic, darted from the sphere of light in his hand to his face, and then around her workshop. At all her beautiful, limited babies. He wasn't just offering her resources. He was offering her purpose. He was speaking the language of her soul. And what do you get in return? She asked, her voice sharp. Practical. An arsenal, Izuku said without hesitation. You will arm my soldiers. You will fortify my home. You will build the tools that will help me forge a new world. You will be the creator at the dawn of a new age. Your babies won't just be support items in a controlled exercise. They will be the instruments of history. He extinguished the light in his hand. The sudden return to normal lighting was jarring. He took a small, unassuming device from a nearby table, a prototype for a grappling hook. May nodded, speechless. He held the device, and she watched, mesmerized. As faint golden lines of energy, like circuits, spread from his hand and into the gadget. They weren't damaging it. They were integrating with it, reinforcing it, awakening it. The power indicator, which had been empty, suddenly flashed to a level beyond its maximum reading. The device hummed with a power it was never designed to contain. Push your limits, Hatsume-san, Izuku challenged, holding it out to her. Then, push mine, if you can. May took the grappling hook. It felt alive in her hands. She looked at Izuku, at the being of impossible power who understood her better than anyone ever had. He wasn't a villain. He wasn't a hero. He was a canvas. The ultimate canvas. A slow, wide, borderline insane grin spread across her face. Okay, Emperor, she said, her eyes blazing with creative fire. You've got yourself a forge master. When do we start? The debriefing for the joint training exercise was held in one of UA's large lecture halls. It was a tense, awkward affair. All Might tried to offer constructive criticism, but his words were hollow, his usual booming optimism replaced by a weary monotone. Aizawa was blunt, pointing out 1A's lack of cohesion and Bakugo's reckless solo act with his usual brutal honesty. Kendo sat with her team, silent and observant. She watched the faces of Class 1A. She saw the shame, the frustration, and the deep, abiding confusion. After the exercise, she had sought out Momo Yaoyorozu, under the pretense of discussing team strategies. Their conversation had been brief and stilted. "You did well today, Yaoyorozu," Kendo had started, trying to sound casual. "Your cannon was a good idea. It was deployed too slowly," Momo had replied automatically, her eyes fixed on the floor. "My reaction time is off. We've all been under a lot of stress," Kendo offered gently. "I heard your last mission was rough." Momo flinched, a barely perceptible tightening of her shoulders. "It was resolved. He official report said the Yakuza group self-destructed due to an internal power struggle," Kendo pressed, watching her reaction carefully. "Seems convenient." Momo's head snapped up. For a second, Kendo saw a flash of something in her eyes: fear, anger, and a desperate plea for understanding. It was the look of someone forced to repeat a lie they choked on. "The HPSC reports are always accurate," Momo said, her voice brittle. Then she turned and walked away, leaving Kendo standing alone, the seed of suspicion in her mind now a rapidly growing tree. "The HPSC reports are always accurate." It was a statement of faith, not of fact. And Momo's faith was clearly shaken to its core. Now, in the lecture hall, Kendo's mind was racing, connecting the dots. A flawless case against Midoriya, with all evidence classified. A traumatized Class 1A, reacting not with the righteous anger of the betrayed, but with the guilt of the betrayer. A star student, Momo Yaoyorozu, returning from a mission v. Sibley haunted and spouting a cover story that her entire being screamed was false. It all pointed to one thing: a lie. A massive, foundational lie orchestrated by the one body everyone was supposed to trust implicitly. The Hero Public Safety Commission. Her hands, resting on her knees, clenched into fists. Her quirk wasn't just about size, it was about strength, about solidity. And her sense of justice was just as solid. She believed in rules, in order, in doing the right thing. But what if the rule makers were corrupt? What if the order was built on a lie? What was the right thing to do then? The meeting ended. As students filed out, Kendo stayed in her seat, her mind a whirlwind. She had always seen the world in clear terms: heroes, villains, and civilians. Good and evil, but the lines were blurring, fading into a murky, uncomfortable gray. The system she had sworn to uphold was showing its cracks, and she feared a monster was growing in the darkness behind them. She made a decision. She would not accept the story she had been fed. She would find the truth herself. For her own peace of mind. For the ghost of the boy she barely knew. And for the broken students of Class 1A, W. Ho were being forced to live a lie that was destroying them from the inside out. The iron fist of Class 1B was beginning to clench, not for a fight, but for a purpose. The exfiltration from UA was more audacious than the entry. Mei Hatsume, buzzing with an energy that rivaled a small power plant, had declared that she couldn't possibly leave without her most essential babies. This amounted to 2 large anti-gravity carts piled high with prototypes, core components, and her most precious blueprints. "Are you sure this is wise?" Ryoko asked, her voice a low hiss in Izuku's ear as they oohed in the shadow of the support building. They were linked by a micro-communicator Mei had whipped up in 30 seconds. "She needs her tools," Izuku replied calmly. "A master is nothing without her forge. We'll manage." Their escape was a masterpiece of controlled chaos. At Izuku's signal, Mei activated a dozen small drone-like devices. They shot out into the campus, setting off minor, contradictory alarms at various checkpoints: a motion sensor here, a heat signature there. It was a digital smokescreen, flooding the security office with ghost signals and distracting the patrols. Under the cover of this electronic noise, the trio moved. Izuku led the way, Ryoko guarded the rear, and Mei piloted her floating carts of technological marvels between them, a giddy, triumphant grin on her face. They reached the outer wall without incident. "Now what?" Mei whispered excitedly. "Are you going to blast a hole through it? Because I have a plasma charge that could." "No," Izuku said. He placed his hands on the cold, hard concrete of the massive wall. It was 15 meters high and 3 meters thick. He closed his eyes. He didn't push. He connected. He felt the stress points, the molecular structure, the subtle vibrations within the stone. Then, with a deep, resonant hum that vibrated in their bones, a section of the wall, 10 meters wide, simply dematerialized. It didn't explode. It didn't crumble. The concrete and rebar dissolved into shimmering golden dust that drifted away on the night breeze, leaving a perfect, arching gateway. May's jaw hung open. My babies and I are going to have so much fun with you, she whispered in reverent awe. They passed through the opening, and with another hum, the wall reformed behind them, as solid and impenetrable as before, leaving no trace of their passage. Hours later, they arrived back at the dragon's maw. As the first rays of dawn touched the peak, Izuku led May into the vast central cavern. It was immense, a natural cathedral of stone, large enough to house a battleship. It was empty, raw, and ancient. May Hatsume stood in the center, slowly turning in a circle, her eyes wide with boundless possibility. She did not see an empty cave. She saw a power core here, a fabrication bay there, a weapons testing range stretching into the darkness, a bio lab, a server farm, a hangar. She saw a canvas worthy of her genius. She turned to Izuku, who stood watching her with Ryuko at his side. Her expression was one of pure, unadulterated creative ecstasy. "Okay, Emperor," she said, her voice echoing in the colossal space. Her grin was a promise of fire and steel and lightning. "Let's build a world." Meanwhile, miles away, in the quiet solitude of her dorm room at UA, Itsuka Kendo sat in front of her laptop. The screen asked a cool blue light on her determined face. She had bypassed the school's network filters and was deep in the web's darker corners, pulling up every article, every forum post, every scrap of datashish he could find on Izuku Midoriya's alleged betrayal and the HPSC's subsequent actions. She cross-referenced timelines, noted inconsistencies in official statements, and highlighted redacted names. Her expression was hard, her jaw set. She was no longer just a student, no longer just a class representative. She was an investigator, and she would not rest until she had dismantled the perfect, sterile lie that had broken her school and damned an innocent boy. The dawn was breaking on two fronts. In a mountain fortress, the forge was about to be lit. In a school of heroes, the fist was beginning to close. The foundations of a new age were being laid, one in fire and technology, the other in suspicion and a relentless search for the truth. Chapter 5. The Emperor's Decree. The heart of the drag. On's Maw was a cavern of breathtaking scale, a geological cathedral where a single, massive column of rock reached from floor to ceiling, looking for all the world like the petrified hardwood of a divine tree. It was here, in the resonating quiet of the mountain's core, that the new dynasty held its council. A low, circular table of polished obsidian, a creation of Izuku's own power that he had drawn, molten and perfect, from the rock, served as their focal point. Upon it, holographic schematics flickered and danced, casting ethereal blue light onto the faces of the three beings who were rapidly becoming the center of a new world. Izuku sat, not on a throne, but on a simple stone dais that gave him a slight elevation. He was no longer the boy who hunched his shoulders. His posture was one of relaxed, absolute command. His back a straight line of coiled power. The draconic features that now marked him were subtle in repose, the slight elongation of his pupils, the faint, iridescent sheen to his skin under the hollow light, but they were undeniably present, a constant reminder of the chasm between what he was and what he had been. Across from him, Ryuko Tatsuma watched the data streams with a predator's stillness. Her crimson hair was a stark slash of color in the gloom, and her golden eyes, so much like his own, missed nothing. She represented the ancient, the primal, the blood-deep loyalty of his heritage. Her role was not one of tactics or technology, but of spirit and instinct. She was the keeper of his soul, the one who had guided the dragon from its shell. To his right, May Hatsume was practically vibrating with manic energy, her pink dreadlocks bouncing as she gestured wildly at the projections her own hands had designed. See, Izuku-kun, the chirpers are ready. A flock of 200, each with a micro-EMP emitter and a sonic disruption field. They can't shoot what they can't target. And the big boys, the sentinels, have layered kinetic barriers derived from your scales. We reverse-engineered the energy matrix. It's not as strong, of course, nothing is, but it can take a full-power howitzer impact from Bakugo and only suffer a 22% integrity loss. I ran the Sims 1,000 times. 1,000. My beautiful babies are ready for their debutante ball. Izuku offered a small, appreciative smile. Your work is, as always, beyond expectation, May. They will serve their purpose. Quote. His voice had changed. The frantic stammer was a ghost of a memory. Now, it was a low baritone, calm and measured, with an undercurrent of power that felt like the hum of a massive generator. He looked from Mei's excited face to Ryuko's steady gaze. The preparations are complete, he stated, the words echoing slightly in the vast chamber. The forge has given us our tools. The sanctuary is secure. The world outside continues to fester under the lie. Ryuko inclined her head. The heroes grow more desperate. Their patrols are clumsy, unfocused. They search for a villain, a traitor. They do not understand they are searching for a king. A king they tried to execute, Izuku corrected, his voice hardening almost imperceptibly. The phantom pain of All Might's hand reaching for his heart, for one for all, was a cold ember that never truly went out. They put their faith in a corrupt system, in faked evidence, and in their own self-righteous certainty. They judged me without trial, condemned me without question. That faith needs to be shattered. Not for revenge. He held up a hand, his gaze sweeping over his two queens. Revenge is a petty emotion, the tool of the weak. This is about clarity, about truth. The world cannot be rebuilt on a rotten foundation. We must first expose the rot. Mei's frantic energy subsided into a focused intensity. So, the broadcast project, megaphone, is fully operational. I've piggybacked a signal router onto the HPSC's own private satellite network. The irony is delicious. When we flip the switch, Eve. Rai screen in Japan, from the jumbotrons in Shibuya to the bargain bin smart TVs in every backwater town, will be ours. They can't cut the feed without taking their entire national alert system offline. They'll be trapped, forced to listen. Good, Izuku said, his green eyes, now flecked with gold, seeming to glow. They will listen, and then, they will see. He stood, pacing slowly before the obsidian table. For weeks, they have controlled the narrative. Izuku Midoriya, the UA traitor. A tragic story of a promising boy seduced by darkness. A lie designed to preserve public order, to my NTAIN, the fiction that the hero system is infallible. They made me a ghost, a villain in a story they wrote. He stopped, turning to face them, his shadow long and imposing. Today, the ghost returns. Not to plead his case. Not to beg for forgiveness. I will issue a decree. I will demand they show the world the evidence they used to condemn me. All of it, raw and unedited. Let the people see the clumsy forgeries. Let the world judge the judges. Ryuko's lips curled into a fierce smile. And when they refuse, they will refuse, Izuku confirmed. The HPSC is a bureaucracy of cowards and manipulators. Admitting fault is anathema to them. Their refusal will be their first public confession of guilt. And it will be the justification for my arrival. He looked towards the cavern's entrance, a dark maw that led out into the world. I will go to UA. I will stand at the gates where my life ended, and I will begin a new one. I will not go to destroy it, but to deliver a message. To show the difference between the power they police and the power that can command. Mei's eyes widened, a fresh wave of excitement washing over her. A live fire demonstration. Oh, this is better than the sports festival. My babies will get to show everyone what they can do. They are a means to an end. Mei, Izuku reminded her gently, though a flicker of amusement touched his eyes. They are to disable, to disarm, to control the field. No fatalities, no permanent injuries to those who do not warrant it. We are not butchers. We are architects. We are here to demolish a prison, not to slaughter the prisoners. His gaze settled on Ryuko. You will be at my side. Let them see the true face of the draconic line. Ryuko placed a fist over her heart, a gesture of profound, ancient loyalty. Where the Emperor walks, his fang follows. They will see, they will fear, and they will understand. Izuku nodded, a final, resolute finality in the gesture. The plan was set. The pieces were in place. The world was holding its breath, waiting for a hero. It was about to get a monarch instead. In a darkened, secure analysis room deep within the Yaoyorozu estate, the air was thick with the scent of ozone and cooling electronics. Two young women sat side by side, their faces illuminated by the glow of a dozen monitors displaying cascading lines of code, audio waveforms, and pixelated video feeds. The silence was absolute, broken only by the quiet hum of servers and the frantic, rhythmic tapping of Momo Yaoyorozu's fingers on a keyboard. For weeks, she had been consumed. The official story of Izuku's betrayal had never sat right with her. It was too neat, too perfect. Izuku, the boy who had shattered his own bones for others, who cried at the thought of letting someone down, a traitor. It was a logical and emotional dissonance she could not reconcile. So, she had done what she did best. She had gathered data, using a backdoor into the HPSC servers, a gift from her father's security division. Given under the pretense of a school project, she had acquired the complete, unaltered evidence package. The one the public, and even most of the heroes, had never seen. Beside her, Itsuka Kendo watched, her arms crossed, her expression a mask of grim concentration. She had been brought into this clandestine investigation a week ago. Momo, racked with doubt and needing a second opinion someone outside the emotional turmoil of Class 1A, had approached her. Kendo, with her sharp mind and unshakable sense of justice, had been the perfect choice. She didn't have the blind loyalty or the crushing guilt that afflicted Momo's classmates. She had only the facts. And the facts were falling apart. There, Momo whispered, her voice hoarse. She pointed a trembling finger at a specific audio file. It was the centerpiece of the HPSC's case, a recording of Izuku allegedly speaking with Tamura Shigaraki, detailing UA's security weaknesses. Listen to the background noise. The ambient frequency. She isolated the track, amplifying it. A low, almost imperceptible hum filled the room. It's a perfect 60 Hz cycle. Standard electrical hum for this region. It's clean. Too clean. Kendo leaned forward, her brow furrowed. What does that mean? It means it was likely recorded in a shielded room, probably a studio. But the HPSC claims it was an open-air recording from a remote listening device, Momo explained. Her fingers flying across the keyboard again, pulling up a comparative analysis. A real outdoor recording would have fluctuations. Wind, distant traffic, insect noise, a dozen variables. This has none. It's sterile. But that's not the damning part. She highlighted a section of Izuku's supposed dialogue. The vocal track from Midoriya is layered on top of the ambient noise. It's not integrated into it. A sophisticated fake, but a fake nonetheless. The software they used to blend it left a digital seam, a microscopic audio artifact right at the 15,000 Hz mark. It's like a painter forgetting to blend a brushstroke. Kendo's eyes widened. They spliced his voice. They did more than that, Momo said, her voice dripping with a mixture of horror and vindication. She switched to the video evidence, grainy security footage of a figure in a UA uniform meeting with Dabi in a dark alley. Look at the gait, the way he moves. She pulled up footage from the sports festival, showing Izuku running. She overlaid the two figures. The center of gravity is off by 3 centimeters. The stride is 5 centimeters too long. The figure in the alley moves with the efficiency of a trained spy. Midoriya, he always ran with a kind of desperate, forward-leaning momentum. Like he was always trying to catch up to his own power. They're not the same. It's Toga, Kendo said, the realization hitting her with the force of a physical blow. She can replicate appearance, but not biometrics. Not perfectly. Not the small things. Exactly, Momo confirmed, slumping back in her chair, the weight of her discovery pressing down on her. It's all fake. The audio, the video, the financial records they claimed showed payments from the league, all of it. Flawless forgeries to the naked eye. But under a microscope, it's a house of cards. Kendo stared at the screen, at the face of the boy she knew as a determined, if awkward, rival. A boy her class had respected. A boy who had been cast out. His life destroyed, on the back of a lie. A cold, hard anger began to build in her stomach. It wasn't the explosive rage of Bakugo, but a focused, chilling fury. Why? Kendo asked, her voice low and dangerous. Why would the Hero Public Safety Commission do this? Frame a first-year student. Momo ran a hand through her hair, her expression weary. I've been thinking about that. Midoriya was an anomaly. His quirk manifested late. Its power grew at an exponential rate. He was All Might's chosen successor, but he wasn't controllable. He was emotional, reckless. He broke rules, and himself. To save people. Maybe they saw him as a threat to their control. A new All Might who wouldn't be their puppet. So they removed him from the board and replaced him with a more stable, predictable piece. Like Lemillion. The logic was cold, political, and utterly terrifying. It painted a picture of the HPSC not as guardians of peace, but as ruthless puppet masters. Sacrificing children to maintain their grip on power. The silence that followed was heavy with implication. They were in possession of a truth that could bring the entire hero society to its knees. But what could they do? Releasing it would make them enemies of the most powerful organization in the country. They would be branded as traitors themselves. Before either of them could voice this fear, every screen in the room suddenly flickered and went black. A single, stylized golden dragon's head, wreathed in green lightning, materialized in the center of each monitor. A low, resonant tone hummed through the speakers. A sound that seemed to vibrate in their very bones. In Shibuya Crossing, every colossal screen simultaneously switched to the same golden dragon. In living rooms across the nation, conversations halted as televisions were hijacked. On smartphones in the hands of millions, the symbol pulsed with an inner light. Japan went silent. Then, a face appeared. It was Izuku Midoriya's face. But it was also profoundly not. The round, freckled cheeks had given way to sharper, more defined angles. The wide, emotional eyes were now narrowed, ancient, and glowing with a faint emerald gold light. He was dressed in simple black, but he wore it like royal vestments. He looked directly into the camera, and it felt as though he was looking into the soul of every person watching. People of Japan, his new, calm voice echoed across the nation. For weeks, you have been told a story. A story about a boy who betrayed his friends, his school, and his dream. You have been told I am a villain. He paused, letting the words hang in the air. That story is a lie. The declaration was simple, blunt, and absolute. I was condemned by the Hero Public Safety Commission based on evidence that was never scrutinized. Never questioned. I was cast out by those who claimed to be my friends and mentors, their faith in the system absolute. Today, that faith will be tested. His gaze hardened. I now issue a decree to the HPSC and the staff of UA High School. You have hidden behind your doctored files and your carefully crafted narrative for long enough. I demand that you broadcast the complete, unedited evidence you hold against me. All of it. The raw audio files, the original video footage, the unaltered financial logs. Let the people of Japan see the truth you have worked so hard to conceal. Let them be the jury. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a level that was both an intimate whisper and a thundering command. You have 1 hour to comply. If you refuse, your silence will be your confession. And I will come to the gates of UA to collect your answer personally. The image of his face dissolved, replaced once more by the golden dragon. Then, the screens returned to normal. In the analysis room, Momo and Kendo stared at each other, their faces pale. The truth they had just unearthed was no longer a secret they held. It was about to become the epicenter of a hurricane. He's forcing their hand, Kendo breathed, a flicker of awe in her eyes. He's not asking, he's telling. Momo looked from the screens to the files she had compiled on her personal server. The evidence. The truth. Her heart hammered against her ribs. She had a choice to make. She could remain silent, a loyal student of a corrupt system, or she could do what a true hero was supposed to do. Fight for the truth, no matter the cost. Izuku Midoriya had just issued his decree to the world, and in doing so, he had unknowingly issued one directly to her. The hour passed, in a state of suspended animation for the entire country. At UA, the atmosphere was a thick cocktail of panic, disbelief, and grim determination. The school was placed on immediate lockdown, a fortress bracing for a siege. Pro-heroes from across the city converged on the campus, forming a defensive perimeter. All Might, in his skeletal form, stood with Nezu and the senior staff in a makeshift command center. His face a mask of tormented conflict. He cannot be reasoned with. The HPSC president's voice crackled over a secure line, her tone sharp and dismissive. This is a terrorist threat, plain and simple. We will not negotiate. We will not legitimize his actions by responding to his absurd demands. Apprehend him on sight. Use of force is fully authorized. All Might's fist clenched. And the evidence. If there is any doubt. There is no doubt. All Might, the president cut him off coldly. The case is closed. Your former protege has fallen. Your only responsibility now is to help clean up the mess. Do not fail us again. The line went dead. Nezu, the principal, looked at the heroes assembled. He will not be coming alone. And the boy you knew is gone. Do not underestimate him. Do not hesitate. On the front lines, Class 1A stood with the pros, their expressions a mixture of fear, anger, and a deep, buried sorrow. That bastard, Bakugo snarled, his palms crackling with explosions. Coming back here. After what he did, I'll kill him. I'll blast him back to hell. His rage was a shield, protecting him from the sliver of doubt that Izuku's calm, confident broadcast had planted in his heart. Uraraka's hands were clasped tightly in front of her, her face pale. Why, Deku-kun, why are you doing this? She whispered to herself, tears welling in her eyes. Iida stood ramrod straight, his face a grim mask of duty, but his eyes betrayed a flicker of uncertainty. They were all trapped in the narrative, clinging to the lie because the truth was too monstrous to contemplate. The hour elapsed. The HPSC remained silent. And then, he appeared. He did not sneak in. He did not use stealth. He simply walked up the main road to UA's front gates, as if he were a student returning from a weekend off. He was flanked by two figures. On his right was Ryoko Tatsuma, her crimson hair like a banner of war, her golden eyes sweeping over the assembled heroes with contemptuous dismissal. On his left, however, was not a person, but a machine. A sentinel drone, one of Mei's masterpieces. It hovered silently, a sleek, obsidian beetle the size of a small car, its surface shimmering with a faint energy field. High above, dozens of smaller, hawk-like drones, the chirpers, circled like birds of prey, invisible to most sensors. Izuku came to a stop just outside the massive UA gate. He was calm, his hands loose at his sides. He met the gazes of his former teachers, his former friends, his former mentor, and his expression held no malice. It held only a profound, chilling disappointment. Your silence is your answer, he called out, his voice carrying effortlessly across the distance. You have made your choice. You have chosen the lie. Midoriya, Iida shouted, his voice amplified by his suit. Surrender now. You are surrounded. Your villainous actions end today. Izuku's gaze flickered to Iida, and for a moment, a trace of pity crossed his face. You still don't see, Tenya. You see a villain because you were told to. You never once thought to look for the truth yourself. Enough of this. All Might's voice boomed, as he powered up into his muscle form, steam venting from his body. The symbol of peace was a pillar of righteous fury. Young Midoriya, I do not know what poison the villains have fed you, but this madness stops now. I will take you into custody. I will save you from yourself. Izuku finally looked at him, and the cold disappointment in his eyes solidified into something harder. Save me. You stood there, Toshinori. You watched them brand me a traitor. You let them try to rip one for all from my very soul. You broke what was left of me. Your time for saving anyone, especially me, is long past. The use of his first name was a slap in the face. A final severing of their bond. Before All Might could respond, Izuku raised a hand. The time for talk is over. The sentinel drone beside him whirred. A compartment opened, and a focused beam of pure sonic energy erupted, striking the UA gate. There was no explosion, only a deafening, high-frequency scream. The reinforced metal of the gate warped, vibrated, and the end disintegrated into a cloud of fine dust. The battle for the truth had begun. Smentos was the first to act, slamming his hands on the ground. A tsunami of concrete walls erupted, racing towards Izuku's position. Before they could reach him, the flock of chirper drones descended. They moved with unnatural speed and precision, weaving through the air and unleashing targeted micro-EMPs. The hero's communication systems dissolved into static. Support gear reliant on electronics sputtered and died. Ryoko moved like a blur. She shot forward, her body low to the ground, and met the wave of concrete. She didn't try to smash through it. Instead, her hands, now tipped with sharp, black claws, dug into the stone. She flowed over the wall like a crimson river, her movements a disorienting blend of grace and brutality. She landed amidst a group of pro-heroes, including Midnight and Present Mike, and engaged them with a flurry of attacks that were too fast to properly track. She wasn't aiming to kill, but to disable, her strikes hitting nerve clusters and joints with brutal precision. Meanwhile, Izuku walked through the breach his drone had created. He moved with an unhurried, almost regal pace, as if strolling through a garden. The heroes converged. Kirishima hardened his body, charging forward. Midoriya, stop this. Izuku didn't even look at him. A flick of his wrist, and a whip of golden, flame-like energy lashed out. It wasn't hot. It felt solid, heavy, like tangible light. It wrapped around Kirishima's unbreakable form and threw him effortlessly into a nearby wall, where he was pinned, unable to move. Todoroki was next. A glacier of ice erupted towards Izuku. I don't want to do this, Midoriya. Izuku raised a hand. The air in front of him shimmered. The colossal ice wall stopped, inches from his face, and then began to sublimate, turning directly from solid to vapor without ever becoming liquid. A massive cloud of steam billowed out, obscuring the battlefield. You still lack imagination, Shoto. Izuku's voice echoed from within the mist. You always have. Through the steam, Bakugo came screaming, propelled by his explosions. Deku. He unleashed his most powerful attack. The howitzer impact, a massive, spiraling explosion designed for city-level destruction. It ripped through the steam, a roaring vortex of fire and force, aimed directly at Izuku's center mass. For the first time, Izuku moved with speed. He didn't dodge. He met the attack head-on. His right arm became a blur, scales of black and gold erupting along his skin. He punched. Not a smash, not a named attack. Just a simple, straight punch into the heart of the explosion. There was no sound. There was only a sudden, violent implosion. Bakugo's massive attack, all its light and fury and force, was snuffed out of existence as if it had never been. The shockwave of its collapse, however, was immense, blasting outwards and sending Bakugo tumbling back, his eyes wide with utter shock and disbelief. Izuku stood in the epicenter, untouched, his scaled arms slowly returning to normal. Your anger makes you predictable, Katsuki. You telegraph every move with a scream. He systematically, emotionlessly, dismantled them. He used Uraraka's own momentum to send her floating harmlessly out of the fight. He countered Tokiyami's dark shadow not with light, but by enveloping it in a shroud of draconic energy that was somehow darker, more primordial, causing the entity to recoil in fear. He walked through their best efforts, his every move a lesson, a rebuke. He wasn't fighting them. He was teaching them how outclassed they were. From a high vantage point, Momo Yaoyorozu watched the battle unfold on a tablet, her heart a frantic drum. Kendo stood beside her, her fists clenched. They had infiltrated a campus communications hub, a perfect spot to observe and act. He's toying with them, Kendo murmured, her voice filled with a stunned respect. He's holding back so much power, it's terrifying. Momo's eyes were fixed on the screen showing the live data feeds from the world's news networks. The HPSC was in full damage control, labeling Izuku a high-level terrorist. Feeding the media a stream of propaganda. The lie was solidifying, becoming concrete in the public consciousness with every passing second. She looked at the encrypted folder on her screen, the one labeled, Truth. Her finger hovered over the Upload button, a custom script that would disseminate the files to every major news outlet and whistleblower site on the planet simultaneously. This was it, the point of no return. She saw Izuku on the screen below, standing alone amidst the chaos he commanded, a solitary figure against the world. He was fighting for the truth. How could she not do it? Kendo said softly, as if reading her mind. They deserve to know. He deserves it. Momo took a deep breath. Her finger pressed down, and the world broke. At first, it was a trickle. A single news anchor, live on air, stopped mid-sentence, his eyes widening as a producer screamed in his earpiece. On news tickers at the bottom of screens, the headline, UA. Under attack by former steward, NT, was abruptly replaced with, breaking, HPSC evidence leaked, forgery allegations. Then came the flood. Audio files played on air. Experts were brought on via video call, their faces pale with shock as they confirmed Momo's findings in real time. The waveform is synthetic. The vocal layering is amateurish, once you know what to look for. The security footage was shown side by side with Izuku's sports festival videos. Biometric analysts pointed out the discrepancies in gait, posture, and movement. You're looking at two different people. It's statistically impossible for them to be the same. The heroes on the battlefield felt the shift first. Their comms, partially restored, suddenly filled not with tactical orders, but with confused, frantic questions from their agencies. All Might, reeling from Izuku's effortless dismissal of Bakugo, froze as a message came through to his personal earpiece from Sir Night-Eye's old agency. All Might, the evidence, it's been leaked. The original files, they're saying it's all fake. The words hit the symbol of peace like a physical blow. Fake. He looked from his clenched fists to the boy standing calmly in the courtyard. The boy he had condemned. The son he had disowned. A wave of nausea and a cold, creeping horror washed over him, so powerful it almost forced him to his knees. The other students and heroes were getting the same news. Phones that had survived the EMPs began to buzz. On the sidelines, a support hero held up a tablet, his face ashen. The truth spread through the ranks like a virus. The fighting faltered. Kirishima, still pinned by the golden energy, stared at Izuku, his expression of defiant heroism crumbling into one of dawning horror. Todoroki lowered his hands, his face a canvas of confusion. Bakugo, picking himself up from the ground, just stood there, his mind unable to process the information. Deku, framed. It didn't make sense. But the cold, controlled power he had just faced, that wasn't the power of a simple traitor. It was something else entirely. The battlefield fell into a stunned, surreal silence. The only sounds were the distant wail of sirens and the quiet hum of maze drones hovering overhead. Izuku watched them, his expression unreadable. He had known the truth would come out. He had forced the issue. But seeing the moment of realization on their faces brought him no satisfaction. Only a hollow ache. And then, the sky went wrong. The air grew heavy, charged with an energy that had nothing to do with quirks. The clouds above UA began to swirl, not from wind, but as if being stirred by an invisible celestial hand. A cold, sterile light, whiter than anything on earth, began to pierce through the gloom. Izuku's head snapped up. A deep, primal instinct, a genetic memoir. Why from Druk and countless emperors before him, screamed a single word in his mind: Warden. Ryuko, disengaging from a stunned Midnight, felt it too. A low hiss escaped her lips, and her entire body tensed. Her draconic features becoming more pronounced. Emperor. They are here. From the swirling vortex in the sky, a figure descended. It was not a man. It was a being of pure geometry and light, a vaguely humanoid shape composed of interlocking golden rings and blinding white energy. It had no face, only a smooth expanse where one should be, and it radiated an aura of absolute, unforgiving order. It was beautiful and utterly terrifying. It hovered 100 feet above the courtyard, its presence crushing the atmosphere, making it hard to breathe. Quirks felt sluggish, muted in its vicinity. A voice emanated from it, not through sound waves, but directly into the minds of everyone present. It was a chorus of 1,000 voices speaking in perfect, emotionless unison. Less than greater than. The heroes, still reeling from the HPSC revelation, stared up in terror and confusion. What is that thing? Present Mike managed to stammer, his own quirk feeling like a whisper in a hurricane. All Might looked at the being, and for the first time in his life, he felt a fear that had nothing to do with All for One. This was something else, something older, something divine and terrible. The Celestial Warden turned its featureless face towards Izuku. He was a beacon of draconic energy, a lighthouse of the very power it was designed to eradicate. Less than greater than. A ring of light detached from the Warden's body, expanding rapidly as it descended. It wasn't an attack of force or heat. It was an attack on existence itself. The air it passed through seemed to unravel. The ground beneath it turned to gray, featureless dust. Izuku's eyes widened. He could feel the raw, unmaking power in that attack. He braced himself, golden flames erupting around him, ready to meet it. He could survive it, but the school, the city, everyone else. He was so focused on the warden that he didn't see the movement from the corner of his eye. Itsuka Kendo had watched everything. She had seen Izuku's power. She had felt the truth of the leak confirm her deepest suspicions. She had seen the heroes she was supposed to look up to stand by, paralyzed by their own catastrophic failure. And now, she saw this thing from the heavens, declaring everyone expendable. Her sense of justice, the core of her very being, screamed. The system had failed. The heroes had failed. And now this monster was going to wipe them all away. In that split second, she saw not a villain in Izuku Midoriya, but the only person on the field who seemed to understand what was happening. He was the enemy of her enemy. And more than that, he had been wronged. Terribly wronged. The warden's ring of unmaking light fell. Kendo moved. She didn't shout. She didn't hesitate. She activated her quirk, her hands swelling to colossal size. She didn't try to block the ring. She knew she couldn't. Instead, she slammed her giant hands into the ground on either side of Izuku. Bastion. It was a technique she had been working on, a move that went beyond simple offense. She drove her hands deep into the earth, channeling her quirk not just into size, but into density. A thick, reinforced wall of rock and earth, far stronger than anything Smentos could create, erupted from the ground, forming a solid, angled shield directly over Izuku's position. The ring of light struck the shield. The sound was indescribable, a tearing of reality itself. Kendo screamed, blood pouring from her nose as the sheer cosmic force of the warden's attack traveled through the earth and into her body. The rock wall glowed white-hot, then began to disintegrate, but it held for a crucial second. It bought him time. The blast subsided, leaving a massive, perfectly circular crater of dead, gray dust where the shield had been. In the center of it, Itsuka Kendo was on one knee. Her hands bleeding and smoking, her body trembling from the strain. She was positioned defensively, shielding a completely stunned Izuku Midoriya. She had protected him. Silence. Every eye on the battlefield, hero, student, and drone, was fixed on the scene. All Might stared, his jaw slack. Bakugo's eyes were wider than they had ever been. Momo, watching from the hub, gasped, her hands flying to her mouth. Class 1B's president, the Iron Fist, had just shielded the traitor from a celestial god, turning her back on every hero at UA. Izuku looked from the dissipating light of the warden's attack to the young woman kneeling in front of him, panting and bleeding for his sake. In her eyes, he didn't see fear or disillusionment. He saw conviction, a conviction that recognized a greater threat and a deeper injustice. In that moment, amidst the wreckage of his past and the terrifying dawn of a new war, Izuku Midoriya, the Dragon Emperor, realized he was no longer fighting alone. His dynasty had just found its iron fist. Chapter 6. A Dynasty's Foundation. The world dissolved into a symphony of screaming light and sound. The Celestial Warden's attack was not an explosion in the conventional sense. It was a conceptual violation. The beam of pure energy that had lanced towards Izuku didn't just burn the air, it unmade it. Space itself seemed to ripple around the point of impact. And the sound was a deafening, soul-shaking chord that vibrated in their very bones. Itsuka Kendo had moved without thought, a primal instinct for justice overriding every ounce of self-preservation. Her hardened arms, larger and more resilient than unyielding steel, crossed in front of Izuku, a desperate shield against the divine. The impact was absolute. It wasn't like being punched. It was like being struck by a fundamental law of physics. The light consumed her, and for a terrifying second, Izuku thought she had been atomized. But her quirk, her sheer indomitable will, held. Cracks, like splintering obsidian, spider-webbed across her massive hands. The kinetic force, however, was not so easily negated. It threw her backward with the force of a freight train, her body colliding with Izuku's. The two of them were sent skidding across the fractured courtyard of UA, a plume of dust and debris marking their violent trajectory. Kendo. Izuku's voice was a raw growl, the shock of her action momentarily breaking his cold composure. He twisted in midair, absorbing the brunt of the final impact against a shattered wall, shielding her body with his own. The pain was a distant fire, his draconic constitution already knitting together the bruised tissue and strained muscles. Her pain, however, felt immediate and sharp. Her arms were trembling, the skin reddened and blistered even through the protection of her quirk, which was now receding, leaving her limbs shaking uncontrollably. Chaos was their cover. The remaining pro-heroes, who moments ago had been focused entirely on him, were now locked in a desperate battle for survival. The Warden was a maelstrom of judgment, its attacks sweeping across the campus without discernment. Endeavor's mightiest flames were swallowed by its aura of light. Best Genist's fibers unraveled into useless threads before they could touch it. Even All Might, in his withered form, could only help evacuate the wounded, a look of profound horror etched onto his skeletal face. He saw Izuku, saw Kendo protecting him, and his mind simply could not process the scene. The boy he had cast out was being shielded by a hero in training from an enemy that dwarfed them all. The cognitive dissonance was a physical blow. "We have to go, now." Momo's voice cut through the din. She had sprinted to their side, her face pale but her eyes blazing with tactical fire. "The Warden is drawing all attention. This is our only chance." From the sky, a series of sleek, black drones descended, their engines whining softly. They were Mei's creations, far more advanced than anything she had displayed at UA. One of them projected a thick, billowing cloud of black smoke, a nanite-infused fog that didn't just obscure vision but also scrambled most forms of electronic surveillance. "My babies are creating a blind spot." Mei's voice chirped through a comm unit on one of the drones, ecstatic even in the face of Armageddon. "It won't fool that shiny bastard for long. But the hero's tech is toast. Get to the extraction point, southwest perimeter." Ryuko was already there, her lithe form a shadow moving through the chaos. Her golden eyes scanned the battlefield, her senses attuned to the flow of energy, tracking the Warden's movements. She helped Izuku lift Kendo, whose legs were unsteady. "Her arms are fractured in a dozen places," Ryuko assessed with a grimace. Her touch surprisingly gentle. "The energy of that thing is corrosive. It attacks on a cellular level." Izuku gritted his teeth, a low growl rumbling in his chest. He looked at Kendo, her face tight with pain but her eyes filled with unwavering conviction. She had made her choice. She had seen a fundamental injustice and acted. He felt a surge of something fierce and protective, a feeling that had been dormant and buried under layers of betrayal and fury. He owed her. He owed them all. He scooped Kendo into his arms, her weight surprisingly manageable for his enhanced strength. "Momo, with me." "Ryuko, lead the way." Momo didn't hesitate. She created a set of reinforced leg bracers for herself on the run, increasing her speed to keep pace with Ryuko's fluid, almost supernatural grace. They plunged into the black fog, the sounds of the apocalyptic battle behind them fading into a muffled roar. The world outside the smoke was a hellscape of searing light and crumbling buildings. But within their moving sanctuary, there was only the sound of their frantic footsteps and ragged breaths. They reached the southwest wall, a section that had partially crumbled under the Warden's onslaught. A larger, van-sized drone, a marvel of angular black plating and silent engines, awaited them. Its cargo bay door hissed open. Mei was inside, strapped into a pilot's chair, her goggles pushed up on her forehead, her eyes wild with a terrifying glee. "Get in, get in, get in," she urged, her hands flying across a holographic console. "I'm picking up energy spikes all over the city. This is bigger than just UA. That thing is a lighthouse, and I think it's calling for its friends." They scrambled inside. Izuku gently laid Kendo down on a padded bench. Momo was immediately at her side, creating splints, cold packs, and a canister of high-potency pain-numbing gas. The door sealed behind them, shutting out the world. The drone, which Izuku privately dubbed the Nighthawk, lifted off the ground with an almost imperceptible hum and accelerated with a force that pressed them all back into their seats. On a monitor, Mei pulled up a tactical feed, showing UA as a blip of intense energy. The Warden was a blinding sun at its center. The signatures of the pro-heroes were flickering candles in a hurricane. As they flew, cloaked and silent, back towards the hidden sanctuary of the mountains. The weight of the day's events began to settle. They had escaped, but they had left behind a world that was irrevocably broken. The curtain had been torn away, revealing not only the corruption of men but the terrifying indifference of gods. The silence of the world's media lasted for precisely 1 hour. It was a stunned, disbelieving silence, a global intake of breath as fragmented cell phone videos and scrambled news reports tried to make sense of the impossible. Then, the dam broke. Every news channel, every social media platform, every corner of the internet exploded. The initial narrative, tightly controlled by the Hero Public Safety Commission, was in tatters. For weeks, Izuku Midoriya had been the UA traitor, a villainous prodigy who had betrayed his friends and mentors. Now, two truths had been laid bare for the world to see, and they were utterly irreconcilable with the official story. First, there was the leak. Momo Yaoyorozu's careful, timed data dump had been a masterpiece of digital warfare. It wasn't just the raw, unedited security footage of Izuku's interrogation, it was everything. It was internal HPSC memos discussing the need for a scapegoat. It was falsified bank records. It was the coerced testimony of a minor villain, timestamped to show it was recorded after Midoriya's arrest. It was a forensic analysis of the leaked information, proving the digital signature belonged not to Midoriya, but to a shell corporation with deep ties to the Commission's own Black Ops division. It was undeniable, irrefutable proof of a conspiracy at the highest levels of hero society. The traitor wasn't a student, it was the system itself. Second, there was the angel, or the demon, or whatever the hell the incandescent being that had torn UA apart was. Eyewitness accounts were frantic and contradictory. It was a creature of pure light that spoke in a language of thunder. It had descended from a clear blue sky and attacked heroes and the ground alike. And most disturbingly, the most circulated, viral clip of the event was a shaky, zoomed-in video showing Itsuka Kendo, Class 1B's beloved, big sister, shielding the alleged traitor, Izuku Midoriya from the creature's wrath. In the emergency command center of the HPSC, President Shiho Yokoyama watched the world burn down around her. The faces of her staff were ashen. Every phone line was flashing red. The Prime Minister was screaming at her through a secure channel, demanding answers she didn't have. "Spin it," she snarled, her voice tight with fury and fear. "I don't care how you do it." Midoriya's use of his new, unregistered quirk summoned that thing. Kendo was suffering from a confusion quirk. The leak is deepfake technology fabricated by the League of Villains to sow discord. Flood the networks. I want every pundit, every analyst, every paid-off influencer repeating that narrative until it becomes the truth. But it was too late. The lie was too big, and the truth was too spectacular. The public's trust, already frayed, had snapped. People weren't just questioning the narrative, they were questioning everything. The very concept of a tie protected by heroes was crumbling in real time. Meanwhile, in a recovery room within UA's heavily damaged infirmary, Toshinori Yagi sat by a window, looking out at the devastation. He wasn't in his all-might form. He didn't have the strength or the will to maintain it. He was just a frail, broken man, the weight of his failure a physical burden that seemed to bend his spine. Principal Nezu stood beside him, holding a tablet displaying Momo's leaked files. "The evidence is conclusive, Toshinori," the principal said, his usual cheerful tone replaced by a grim monotone. "We were fed a lie. And we, in our haste and our trust in the commission, swallowed it whole." Toshinori didn't respond. He just replayed the memory in his head, over and over. The look in young Midoriya's eyes in that interrogation room. Not guilt, not fear, just a profound, shattering sense of betrayal. And then, his own words, his own actions. The attempt to forcibly take back One for All. The memory was a shard of glass in his soul. He had not just failed his successor. He had become the villain of his story. He had created the very thing he'd fought against his entire life. The boy, Toshinori's voice was a dry rasp. The power he displayed, that wasn't One for All. And that being in the sky, what have we done, Nezu? Nezu's whiskers twitched. "I do not know," he admitted, a rare and terrifying confession from the hyper-intelligent creature. "But it appears we have been playing a child's game on the edge of an abyss, and we have just been pushed in." The world had fractured. The age of heroes, with its simple dichotomies of good and evil, was over. In its place was a terrifying new reality, filled with corrupt institutions, cosmic horrors, and at its very center, a boy turned king who had been forged in the fires of their greatest failure. The journey back to the Dragon's Maw was tense and silent. The Nighthawk's interior was dimly lit by the glow of Mei's consoles. Kendo was sedated, her breathing deep and even. Thanks to Momo's quick medical intervention. Her arms were now encased in sophisticated casts, also created by Momo, filled with a healing slurry that would accelerate tissue and bone regeneration. Momo herself was a picture of focused intensity, monitoring Kendo's vitals on a small, portable device. But beneath her calm exterior, her mind was a whirlwind. She had crossed a line from which there was no return. She had defied UA, exposed the HPSC, and thrown her lot in with a fugitive. And yet, she felt no regret. The clarity she had felt when she saw him descend upon that Yakuza compound had only intensified. The system was a corrupt, bureaucratic failure. Izuku, whatever he had become, was effective. He was a force of nature with a purpose, and standing against him felt like trying to stand against a tsunami. It was far more logical to learn how to ride the wave. Ryoko stood near the cockpit, her arms crossed, her gaze distant. She had seen the warden. She recognized its energy signature from the fragmented histories of her clan. The ancient enemy had returned. The prophecy was coming to pass in a way more violent and accelerated than any of their scrolls had foretold. The Emperor had been awakened not by a gentle calling, but by a brutal betrayal, and his ascension had immediately drawn the eye of the shepherds who sought to cull the dragons from their flock. Izuku sat opposite Kendo, his gaze fixed on her sleeping face. He had barely spoken a word since they'd boarded. The cold fury that had been his constant companion for weeks had been complicated by new, unfamiliar emotions, gratitude, responsibility, a strange, fierce loyalty to these women who had, for their own reasons, chosen to follow him. Mei was the only one who seemed unaffected by the somber mood. To her, this was the greatest day of her life. The energy readings are off the charts. She muttered to herself, her fingers dancing across her console. It's not a quirk, it's something else entirely, a self-sustaining fusion of exotic particles. Oh, the babies I could build if I could just get a sample. Anti-god cannons, reality anchors, personal dimensional shields. Finally, the Nighthawk slipped through a holographic screen of rock and entered the cavernous heart of the dragon's maw. The massive drone settled onto a newly constructed landing pad Mei had built, and the bay door opened, revealing the ancient, torch-lit stone of their sanctuary. The air inside was cool and still, a stark contrast to the chaos they had left behind. As they disembarked, Izuku carefully lifting Kendo again. He felt the thrum of the mountain around him, a deep, resonant pulse that soothed the ragged edges of his power. This was his territory, his home. They took Kendo to a prepared living quarter, a simple but comfortable room carved from the rock, and laid her on a bed. Momo stayed with her, refusing to leave her side until she was certain Kendo's condition was stable. Izuku, Ryoko, and Mei gathered in the central chamber, the same place where Izuku had first confronted his own reflection and seen the eyes of an emperor. Her choice has bound her to us, Ryoko said softly, breaking the silence. As has Yaoyorozu's. They have abandoned their old world for yours, Izuku-sama. Izuku nodded slowly, his gaze turning to the flickering flames of a massive stone hearth. I know. They chose this path without understanding where it leads. They deserve to know the truth. All of it. Mei looked up from a datapad she'd already pulled out. Truth. You mean ABO. Where you got all your cool fire and scales. Because I've been running simulations, and your energy output violates the first and second laws of thermodynamics. It's beautiful. Izuku looked at the brilliant, unhinged inventor and then at his stoic, loyal first follower. He needed them, but if they were to be the foundation of his new world, it could not be built on secrets. Go get Yaoyorozu when she's ready, he told Ryoko. Bring her here. It's time for a council of war. Not against the heroes, or the commission, but for the war that's been waiting for us for millennia. An hour later, the five of them were gathered in the central chamber. Kendo, awake but weak, had insisted on being there. She sat propped up by pillows on a stone bench, her casted arms resting in her lap. Momo sat beside her, a protective presence. Mei was perched cross-legged on a workbench, tinkering with a small, floating orb that projected shifting schematics into the air. Ryoko stood near the entrance, a sentinel watching over them. Izuku stood before the hearth, the firelight casting his shadow long and imposing against the ancient stone walls. The air was thick with unspoken questions. He had their loyalty, for now. But it was a loyalty born of circumstance and disillusionment. He needed to forge it into something stronger. Something unbreakable. Thank you, he began, his voice a low baritone that resonated in the cavern. He looked directly at Kendo. You saved my life today. You had no reason to, and every reason not to. I won't forget that. Kendo met his gaze, her own eyes clear and determined. I didn't do it for you, Midoriya. Not really. I did it because what was happening was wrong. The heroes were wrong. The commission was wrong. And that thing in the sky, it was pure tyranny. I don't fight for people. I fight for what's right. Today, that meant standing with you. A worthy distinction, Izuku acknowledged with a nod. He then turned his gaze to Momo. And you, Yaoyorozu, you risked everything to reveal the truth. You dismantled the HPSC's credibility in a single stroke. Why? Momo straightened her back, her expression one of utter seriousness. Because their actions were illogical and inefficient. They prioritized public image over truth and safety, creating a systemic weakness that nearly led to the destruction of UA. My decision was not based on emotion, but on a strategic analysis of a failing system. Your methods, while brutal, are ruthlessly effective. Logic dictates I align myself with the faction that has the highest probability of creating a stable and secure society. Izuku almost smiled. Her answer was so perfectly her. Pragmatic, intelligent, and detached. Yet he could see the underlying conviction, the deep-seated belief that she was doing the right thing. And you, Hatsume, he said, turning to the ever-tinkering inventor. Mei grinned, not even looking up from her project. Are you kidding me? A power source that defies known physics. An enemy that looks like a reject from a biblical epic, and a boss who gives me an unlimited budget and lets me build whatever I want. This is paradise. You could be planning to turn the whole world into paperclips. And I'd still build you the fanciest paperclip maker you've ever seen. Their answers, so different yet so firm, solidified his resolve. They were ready. You've all thrown your lot in with me, Izuku said, his voice dropping, taking on a more solemn tone. But you don't know what I am. You don't know what we're truly up against. It's not about heroes and villains anymore. It never was. That was just the prelude. Quote, he closed his eyes. He reached inward, not for the roaring inferno of his power, but for the memories that were now as much a part of him as his own. The ancient, echoing consciousness of Druk, the first Dragon Emperor. He pulled those memories to the surface, not to experience them himself, but to project them. I'm not going to tell you, he said, his eyes snapping open. Now glowing with a soft, golden light. I'm going to show you. The air in the chamber grew heavy. The light from the torches seemed to dim, and a shimmering, ethereal energy began to coalesce in the center of the room. It was like watching heat haze, but it carried colors that didn't seem to exist in the normal spectrum. Momo, Kendo, and Mei gasped. They were no longer in a stone cavern. They were standing on a vast, grassy plain under a sky with two moons. The air was thick, heavy, and primal. Giant, saurian creatures grazed in the distance, and the mountains on the horizon were jagged and volcanic, spewing plumes of black smoke into the alien sky. This is impossible, Momo whispered, her analytical mind struggling to categorize the sensory input. A holographic projection this realistic would require more power than a city. It's not a projection, Ryuko's voice echoed beside them. She alone seemed untroubled, her expression one of reverence. It is a memory. The Emperor is sharing his soul with you. They saw a man, broad-shouldered and powerful, with wild, untamed hair and eyes that burned with the same golden light as Izuku's. He was clad in simple leathers and furs. This was Druk. He stood before a tribe of early humans, who looked at him with awe and reverence. He raised a hand, and fire bloomed in his palm, a controlled, gentle warmth that he shared with them. He taught them how to hunt the great beasts, how to build shelters, how to survive in this brutal, primordial world. He was not a king who ruled from a throne, but a protector who lived among his people. The memory shifted. Years passed in moments. Druk's power grew. He could now command the storms, shake the earth, and his body could assume the form of a magnificent, golden dragon that blotted out the sun. He was a force of nature, a living god, and under his protection, humanity thrived. They built cities of stone and wood, and they called him their emperor. Then, they arrived. The memory sky tore open. Not with a sound, but with a silent, sickening rip in the fabric of reality. From the tear, beings of pure, white light descended. The celestial wardens. They were shaped like androgynous humanoids. But they had no faces, only smooth masks of light. They moved with a grace that was both beautiful and terrifyingly unnatural. One of them pointed at Druk, who had taken his dragon form to face them. A voice echoed, not through the air, but directly in their minds. It was a voice of absolute certainty and cold, cosmic law. Anomaly detected. Unfettered chaotic potential. You are a threat to the designated order. You will be sealed. The battle that followed was an epic of unimaginable proportions. Druk's fire, which could melt mountains, washed over the wardens, only to be absorbed by their luminous forms. The wardens, in turn, unleashed lances of light that didn't just destroy, they erased. They were cosmic predators, and Druk was their prey. The war raged for what felt like centuries. They saw other dragon emperors rise on other worlds, in other times, a woman of silver fire who ruled a city of crystal, a being of shadow and jade who moved between dimensions, and each time, the wardens would appear to hunt them, to seal them away, to enforce their sterile, rigid, order. The vision culminated in Druk's final stand. Wounded, exhausted, he fought to protect his people as they fled. He knew he was doomed. But before the wardens could deliver the final blow, he performed one last act. He poured his essence, his power, and his memories into the ley lines of the planet itself. A final, desperate gamble that one day, his power would find a worthy vessel, someone who could succeed where he had failed. The memory faded, and the four women found themselves back in the stone chamber, gasping for breath as if they had just surfaced from a deep dive. The experience had been more real than reality itself. Their minds ached with the sheer scale of what they had witnessed. May was shaking, her usual grin gone, replaced by a look of profound awe and terror. They're not just aliens. They're cosmic janitors. And they think we're the mess. Kendo was pale, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. The injustice of it all burned in her soul. They didn't even try to understand. They just saw a power they couldn't control and decided it had to be eliminated. They're monsters cloaked in light. Momo was staring at Izuku, her eyes wide. The pieces were falling into place with chilling precision. Your quirk, it's not a quirk. It's a legacy, an inheritance of power from a line of beings that these wardens have been hunting across eons. Your awakening, the surge of power from All Might trying to take back one for all, it was like a beacon in the dark. Exactly, Izuku confirmed, his own voice heavy with the weight of the memories he now carried. The HPSC, All Might, all for one, they are meaningless in the face of the real enemy. The wardens don't care about good or evil. They care about order. My existence, the existence of any dragon emperor, is a violation of their order. The one that attacked UA was just a scout, a single entity drawn to my initial awakening. Now that I've used my power so openly, more will come. And they won't stop until I am sealed away or this entire planet is sterilized. He let that sink in. He let them feel the crushing weight of their new reality. He was not offering them a simple rebellion. He was inviting them to a war for the survival of their entire world against an enemy that could unmake reality. He looked at each of them in turn. This is the truth. This is the path I walk. You didn't sign up for this. I will not force you to stay. May, I can give you resources to set up a lab anywhere in the world. Momo, Kendo, I can create new identities for you, get you out of the country. No one would ever find you. You can have a life. This is your only chance to walk away. The chamber was silent save for the crackling of the fire. The choice hung in the air, impossibly heavy. May was the first to break the silence. She let out a long, slow breath, and then the biggest, most maniacal grin they had ever seen spread across her face. Walk away. Walk away. Are you insane? You just showed me the ultimate enemy, a force that breaks the laws of physics, and you think I'm going to run? Izuku, my dear Emperor, you just handed me the greatest engineering challenge in the history of the universe. I'm not your Forge Master because it's a cool title. I'm your Forge Master because I'm the only one crazy enough to build the weapons that can kill God. I'm in. 100,000%, I'm in. Next was Kendo. She pushed herself into a more upright position, wincing slightly. She looked at her broken arms, then at Izuku. When that thing attacked, it didn't care about who was a hero or a villain. It didn't care about right or wrong. It just wanted to erase what it couldn't control. My whole life, I've trained to protect people from bullies. Well, we just met the biggest bullies in the entire cosmos. My place is on the front line, defending our home from them. I don't care what you call me, commander, soldier, iron fist. Just point me at the enemy. All eyes turned to Momo. She stood up, her expression calm and composed, but her eyes held a fire Izuku had never seen there before. The HPSC and the hero system represent a flawed, terrestrial model of control. The wardens represent a cosmic one. The principle is the same, order through suppression. I reject that principle. Furthermore, from a purely strategic standpoint, running is a temporary solution that guarantees eventual extinction. The only logical course of action is to consolidate our power, innovate our technology and tactics, and face this threat on our own terms. I am no longer a hero in training, Midoriya. I am your strategist, and I will help you build an empire street. Wrong enough to make even gods think twice. Izuku felt a powerful surge of emotion, pride, relief, a profound sense of belonging. He looked at Ryuko, who simply smiled, a silent affirmation that she was, and always had been, by his side. He had been cast out. He had been betrayed. He had lost everything he had ever known. But here, in the heart of a mountain, surrounded by the shattered remnants of another age, he had found something new. Not a team, not a group of followers. A foundation. Good, he said, a real, genuine smile gracing his lips for the first time in what felt like an eternity. Because I can't do this alone. He stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over them, acknowledging each of them as equals. Ryuko Tatsuma, you are the voice of my heritage, the keeper of our history. You are my first queen. Ryuko bowed her head, a flicker of deep emotion in her golden eyes. Mei Hatsume, he continued, turning to the grinning inventor. You are the mind of my innovation, the fire of our creation. You will arm our dynasty. You are my forge master. Mei gave him a thumbs up, already sketching ideas on her datapad. Momo Yaoyorozu, you are the brain of my strategy, the architect of our victory. Your logic will guide our path. You are my grand strategist. Momo met his gaze with a crisp, determined nod, the weight of the title settling on her like a mantle. Itsuka Kendo, he said, his voice softening slightly as he looked at her. You are the heart of my justice, the unbreakable shield and the unstoppable sword of our people. You will lead our armies. You are my iron fist. Kendo's chin lifted, her pride and determination eclipsing her pain. This was the moment of their true beginning. The harem aspect, as a lesser mind might see it, was solidifying not as a collection of lovers, but as a council of queens. Each was a pillar, a cornerstone for the empire he was about to build. They were bound to him, and to each other, not by romance or infatuation, but by a shared vision forged in the face of cosmic annihilation. The personal connections, the deeper bonds, would grow from this fertile ground of mutual respect and shared purpose. He could already feel the threads of those connections beginning to weave themselves together. The concern he felt for Kendo's injuries, the intellectual sparks that flew between him and Momo, the infectious, boundless energy he drew from Mei, the quiet, unwavering faith he found in Ryuko's presence. He looked from face to face, at these four incredible women who had chosen to stand with him at the end of the world. The betrayal of his past life seemed a distant thing now, the pain a dull ache rather than a gaping wound. It had been a crucible, a fire that had burned away the weak, uncertain boy he had been in. Left in his place the emperor he was born to be. The hero commission will hunt us, he stated, the smile fading, replaced by cold resolve. All for one will see me as a threat or a prize. And the wardens will come for us. Our enemies are legion, but for the first time, we are united. He walked to the entrance of the cavern, the four of them following. They stood on the precipice, looking out at the vast, moonlit expanse of the mountains. The world was quiet, unaware of the war that was coming to its doorstep. The old world is dying, Izuku declared, his voice not loud, but carrying the weight of prophecy. It failed. It broke. It cast out those who didn't fit into its neat little boxes. So we will build a new one in its place. An empire to protect humanity not just from villains, but from its own flawed saviors. And from the cosmic tyrants who wait in the dark. We will build a dynasty, a line of protectors to ensure this world is never left vulnerable again. He looked at the horizon, his golden eyes seeing past the mountains, past the sky, and into the star-dusted void where their true enemy waited. He was not alone anymore. He was a king, with his queens, standing at the dawn of a new, and terrifying, age. The Dragon Emperor's ascension had truly begun. Chapter 7. The Old King's Challenge. The tranquility that had settled over the dragon's maw was a fragile, precious thing. In the weeks following the cataclysmic appearance of the Celestial Warden and the subsequent shattering of the Hero Public Safety Commission's authority, the world beyond their mountain sanctuary had devolved into a state of bewildered chaos. The power vacuum was a palpable entity, a hungry ghost haunting the infrastructure of a society built on a lie. Heroes were rudderless, their credibility in tatters. Villains, sensing weakness, grew bolder, their activities escalating from opportunistic crimes to brazen territorial grabs. The public, caught between the disillusionment of their fallen idols and the rising tide of fear, was a sea of uncertainty. Within the maw, however, a new kind of order was being forged, not from the brittle alloy of public perception, but from the unyielding bedrock of purpose. The vast, central cavern, once a place of solitary contemplation for Izuku and Ryuko, now hummed with a quiet, directed energy. It had become the heart of a nascent empire, and its lifeblood was the four remarkable women who now stood as its pillars. Momo Yaoyorozu had transformed a side chamber into a strategic nexus that would have made the HPSC's top command centers look like amateur setups. Holographic displays flickered against the raw stone walls, projecting real-time news feeds, satellite imagery, and complex data streams she siphoned from global networks. Her high R was often tied back in a severe but practical bun, her brow furrowed in concentration as she absorbed and processed the world's chaos, seeking patterns, identifying threats, and charting the course for their future. She was no longer just a creator of objects, she was the architect of their grand strategy, her mind a loom weaving disparate threads into a coherent vision. She worked with a silent, intense focus that was both awe-inspiring and slightly intimidating, a general poring over the map of a world on the brink of a new war. Deeper within the mountain, in a cavern chosen for its geothermal vents and unique mineral deposits, was Mei Hatsume's domain. The forge, as she had christened it, was a symphony of glorious, organized chaos. The air thrummed with the hum of advanced machinery and smelled of ozone, hot metal, and exotic polymers. Blueprints and schematics were scrawled across every available surface, overlapping in a frantic testament to her boundless genius. She moved through the space like a force of nature. Her goggles perched on her forehead, a smudge of grease on her cheek, her pink dreadlocks bouncing with every excited movement. She was building their arsenal, their infrastructure, their technological superiority. Drones, no larger than dragonflies, patrolled the sanctuary's perimeter, their optical sensors feeding directly to Momo's command center. Automated defense turrets, sleek and deadly, were seamlessly integrated into the rock face at key choke points, powered by geothermal taps Mei had engineered. She was not just Izuku's inventor, she was the engine of his new world. Her babies, the steel and circuits that would give his empire its bones. On the training grounds established on a wide, flat plateau near the maw's entrance, Itsuka Kendo's voice rang out, sharp and clear. She was the Iron Fist, the commander of their burgeoning military might. Her forces were small for now, a handful of dragonkin Ryuko had cautiously contacted from hidden enclaves, and a growing number of disillusioned civilians and ex-vigilantes who had sought out the sanctuary after Izuku's broadcast. Itsuka drilled them relentlessly, her own powerful fists demonstrating forms and techniques. She was instilling discipline, forging a cohesive unit from a disparate collection of individuals. Her sense of justice had not been abandoned, but reforged. She saw this as the ultimate form of protection, building a shield strong enough to withstand the coming storms, led by a man who had proven his way was more effective than the broken system she had left behind. And then there was Ryuko Tatsuma, the first queen, the keeper of the ancient lore. She was the soul of their new dynasty. She moved through the maw with a primal grace, her presence a constant, reassuring anchor. She was Izuku's guide, his confidant, and the living link to the immense heritage that now defined him. She spent her time meditating, communing with the mountain itself, which she claimed held echoes of past emperors. She trained with Izuku, not to teach him control, that was a lesson he had to learn himself, but to help him understand the instincts that now warred within him. She was the one who saw not just the power, but the man beneath it, the boy who had been broken and the king who was being forged in his place. Izuku stood on the precipice of the highest peak of their mountain range, the wind whipping his green-black hair around his face. The world spread out below him, a tapestry of greens and grays under a sky bruised with the colors of twilight. He could feel it all now, a constant, low-frequency hum in his soul. It was the pulse, as Ryuko called it, the life force of the planet, the collective thrum of the billions of lives upon it. Since the warden's attack, his connection to it had deepened. He could feel the pockets of fear in the cities, the tremors of violence, the quiet desperation. It was a terrible and profound burden, an omnipresent awareness of the world's suffering. It is a heavy crown to wear, this awareness. Ryuko's voice came from behind him, soft yet clear over the wind. She came to stand beside him, her long, white hair a stark contrast to the darkening sky. Her golden, slitted eyes mirrored the faint stars beginning to emerge. "It feels less like a crown and more like a cage," Izuku admitted, his voice a low rumble that seemed to vibrate in the very stone beneath their feet. "Every cry for help, every act of cruelty, I feel it." A constant echo. The heroes ran from one fire to the next, but they never felt the heat of the whole world burning. "That is the difference between a hero and an emperor," she said, her gaze fixed on the horizon. "A hero is a tool of the system, a bandage for its wounds. An emperor is the system. He does not just feel the world's pain. He seeks to reshape the world so that the pain lessens. You are not meant to answer every cry. You are meant to build a world where fewer cries are ever uttered." He turned to look at her, at the unwavering faith in her eyes. It was a faith that had anchored him in the storm of his transformation. His connection with his queens was the bedrock of his new existence. With Momo, it was a meeting of minds, a shared appreciation for strategy and a desire for a logical, just order. With Mei, it was a symbiotic partnership of power and creation, a thrilling dance on the edge of possibility. With Itsuka, it was a bond of mutual respect for strength and conviction, a shared belief in righteous action. But with Ryuko, it was deeper. It was a connection of souls, a resonance that transcended words. She understood the dragon within him because a dragon slept within her. She was not just his follower, she was his other half in this strange, ancient world he now inhabited. He reached out, his hand gently cupping her cheek. Her skin was warm, and he could feel the faint, rhythmic pulse of her own draconic energy. "Thank you, Ryuko," he said, the words carrying a weight of gratitude that encompassed everything from the moment she had found him, broken and feral, to this quiet moment of understanding. She leaned into his touch, her eyes closing for a brief second. "There is no need for thanks, my emperor. My life is yours. My destiny is intertwined with yours." It was in that moment of profound peace, of connection under the vast, silent sky, that the world's hum shifted. It was subtle at first, a discordant note in the planetary symphony that only he could hear. A patch of wrongness, a creeping, oily sickness that felt chillingly familiar. His eyes snapped open, the emerald green bleeding into incandescent gold. The pupils narrowed into sharp slits. "What is it?" Ryuko asked, her own senses tingling in response to his sudden tension. "Something is coming," Izuku breathed, his gaze sweeping across the distant horizon. "Something old and hungry." He didn't just feel it in the world's pulse. He felt it in the dregs of One for All, the phantom limb of a quirk that still echoed within him. It was a presence that made that faint echo scream in silent, remembered agony. A presence that stank of stolen life and centuries of malevolence. All for one. In a darkened, cavernous chamber miles below the ruins of the Kamino Ward, a screen illuminated the monstrous, life-support-bound form of Japan's most feared villain. The mask that covered his ravaged face was a skull-like mockery of humanity, but behind it, his mind was sharper and more avaricious than ever. The recent chaos was a gift, a perfect smokescreen for his machinations. The fall of the heroes, the exposure of the HPSC, the appearance of a literal god-like being, it had all thrown the world off balance, creating opportunities he had only dreamed of. But one event overshadowed all others: the emergence of the being they were calling the Dragon Emperor. At first, he had dismissed it. He had seen the doctored reports of the UA traitor, Izuku Midoriya. He had felt the faint, familiar flicker of One for All in the boy and had marked him as an eventual prize, another trophy for his collection once he was done with All Might. But the broadcast, the battle at UA, the raw, primordial power that had dwarfed even the Celestial Warden, that was something else entirely. It was not a quirk. It was something more ancient, more fundamental. The power signature is unprecedented. Master, drive. Garaki's voice crackled over an intercom, filled with a mixture of scientific glee and terror. It doesn't conform to any known quirk factor metrics. It radiates energy on a scale we've only theorized. It's like a star was born inside that boy. All for One's lipless mouth twisted into what might have been a smile. A star, he rasped, his voice a dry rustle of dead leaves. How poetic. And like any star, it is a source of immense energy, waiting to be harvested. His obsession with One for All, the quirk of the brother who had betrayed him, had been a personal vendetta. A centuries-long quest to reclaim what he felt was his. But this dragon power was different. It was not personal. It was a prize of such magnitude that it could elevate him from a king of the underworld to a true god. The undisputed ruler of the planet. The thought of possessing such a force, of bending it to his will, was an intoxicating ecstasy that made all his previous ambitions seem petty. He had watched Izuku Midoriya's journey. He had orchestrated the leak of the false evidence through his puppets in the HPSC, intending to isolate the boy, to break him, to make him susceptible to manipulation or capture. He had expected the boy to snap, to become a rogue, perhaps even a new vessel he could groom. He had not expected him to ascend. The boy has established a sanctuary in the Okuchichibu Mountains. He mused, a map glowing on the screen before him, a red marker pulsating over Izuku's territory. He has gathered allies. The Yaoyorozu heiress, the Hatsume inventor, the Kendo girl. An interesting collection of broken toys. His defenses are formidable, Master, Garaki cautioned. Our drones were vaporized before they came within 5 kilometers. The N.R.G. readings suggest a perimeter shield of incredible strength, powered directly by the mountain's geothermal activity. It's Hatsume's work, no doubt. Her genius, unshackled and fueled by that boy's power, is a dangerous combination. Dangerous, All for One repeated, savoring the word. Good. A prize worth having should be well guarded. He didn't see a king with his queens. He saw a magnifique power source surrounded by a few useful, and ultimately disposable, components. He would take the power. He would take the inventor to build for him. He would take the strategist to plan for him. He would discard the rest. It was the simple, brutal calculus of his existence. See, covet, take. Prepare the high-end Nomu, he commanded, his voice dropping, shedding its rasp for a cold, hard horror that sent a shiver through Garaki. All of them, and ready the transport portal. I have allowed this fledgling emperor to play at building his little nest for long enough. His plan was simple, a full-scale, overwhelming assault. He would use the Nomu to exhaust the sanctuary's defenses and draw out the boy. He would test this new power, analyze its weaknesses, and then, when his opponent was tired and strained, he would descend personally and pluck the fruit from the vine. He flexed his fingers, the network of tubes attached to him hissing. He could already feel it. The raw, untamed power of a dragon. A force of nature itself, being added to his collection. It would be his greatest, and final, acquisition. It is time, All for One declared to the empty chamber, to teach the new king his place. Kneeling before the true one. The alarm blared through the dragon's maw not as a siren, but as a deep, resonant hum that vibrated through the very stone, a warning system designed by May to be felt as much as heard. In the command center, every one of Momo's screens flashed crimson. Multiple contacts, she announced, her voice tight but controlled, amplified through the comms system May had installed. Massive energy signatures appearing at the edge of our airspace. They're not aircraft, they're biologicals. And they're fast. Izuku and Ryuko were already moving, ding from the peak with impossible speed. They arrived in the central cavern just as Itsuka, her face a mask of grim determination, was marshalling her small force. Status. Izuku's voice cut through the tension. The authority within it absolute. At least a dozen high-tier hostiles approaching from all directions, Momo reported, her fingers flying across a holographic console. Their energy patterns are chaotic, unstable. They match descriptions of the high-end Nomu from the Kamino incident, but stronger. More of them. Mei's face popped up on a side screen, a wild grin plastered across her face. Oh, yes, a full-scale field test. My perimeter defenses are engaging now. Let's see these monsters handle my plasma pulse cannons. On the main display, multiple red icons representing the Nomu swarmed toward the blue dome that represented their territory. As they crossed a certain threshold, automated turrets rose from the mountainside, unleashing torrents of golden energy. Explosions lit up the night sky. Several of the icons vanished. 2 hostiles down. Momo confirmed. 10 remaining. They're adapting, changing their approach vectors, using the terrain for cover. They're intelligent. They're puppets. Izuku growled, his golden eyes blazing. He could feel the puppeteer now, a malevolent consciousness watching from a distance, enjoying the show. He's testing us. Ground teams, defensive positions. Itsuka commanded, her voice leaving no room for fear. Ryoko, you and I will guard the main entrance. They'll try to brute force their way in here. Ryoko nodded, her hands already surrounded by a faint silver aura. They will break upon us like water on rock. Momo, keep me updated on their movements. Pinpoint the strongest ones, Izuku ordered. Mei, I need you to focus fire where Momo directs. Don't let any of them get a foothold on the slopes. You got it, boss. Mei chirped, already rerouting power. The mountain shuddered as the first of the Nomu reached the physical perimeter. It was a hulking brute with multiple arms and skin like hardened obsidian. It ignored the plasma bolts riddling its body, its exposed brain pulsating grotesquely, and slam. Met its fists against the shimmering energy shield Mei had erected around the Ma's entrance. The shield buckled, groaning under the strain. Shield integrity at 80%. Mei yelled over the comms. This baby's a tough cookie. From another direction, a winged Nomu dove from the sky, shrieking a challenge as it unleashed a stream of corrosive acid that sizzled against the shield. A third, spider-like creature was scaling the sheer cliffs, its limbs moving with unnatural speed, dodging turret fire with terrifying agility. This was not a random villain attack. This was a siege, a coordinated, intelligent, and utterly brutal assault. Itsuka, Ryoko, that one at the gate is ours, Izuku said, his body already crackling with golden energy. Scales, like polished obsidian inlaid with gold, began to trace patterns across his skin. I'll handle the ones in the air. Without another word, he launched himself from the cavern entrance, a golden comet streaking into the night. The wing, Ed Nomu shrieked as he collided with it midair. The impact was a thunderclap that echoed through the valleys. Izuku's claws, now elongated and razor-sharp, tore through the creature's leathery wings, sending it plummeting to the ground. He didn't stop. He twisted in the air, a blast of concentrated golden fire erupting from his mouth, incinerating the spider-like Nomu as it scrabbled for purchase on the cliff face. Down below, the multi-armed brute roared and hammered against the shield again. With a deafening crack, the shield shattered. It's through, Momo warned. Before the creature could take another step, Itsuka was on it. Her fists, enlarged and hardened, slammed into its chest with the force of jackhammers. The blows barely made the monster flinch. It swiped at her with 2 of its arms, forcing her to dodge back. Then, Ryoko struck. She moved like a phantom, a silver blur that weaved between the Nomu's clumsy attacks. She wasn't aiming for its body, she was targeting its joints. Her hands, hardened with her own draconic energy, struck like surgical steel, shattering the creature's elbow and kneecaps with sharp, precise cracks. The Nomu bellowed in pain and fury, its limbs bending at unnatural angles. It was a perfect display of their dynamic. Itsuka was the unstoppable force. Ryoko was the immovable, yet fluid, object. Together, they held the line. The battle raged across the mountainside. For every Nomu they struck down, another seemed to rise. Mei's drones swarmed the battlefield, repairing damaged turrets and providing suppressing fire. Momo called out threats with preternatural calm. A human supercomputer processing 1,000 variables at once. Izuku was a whirlwind of destruction in the sky, a golden dragon battling monstrous demons under the moonlight. They were holding. They were winning. But it was costing them. Energy reserves were dropping. The shield was flickering. The small defense force was taking injuries. And through it all, Izuku could feel the cold, calculating amusement of the mastermind. This was just the opening act. The first wave meant to tire them out. He's here, Izuku spoke into the comms, his voice a low growl as he landed back at the Ma's entrance. The burning remains of another Nomu crashing down the mountain behind him. As if on cue, the remaining Nomu suddenly went still. They ceased their attacks, their heads all turning in the same direction. Like puppets waiting for their master. A swirling vortex of black and purple energy opened in the sky above the training plateau. The air grew cold, thick with a palpable dread. From the portal, a figure descended, floating down as if on an unseen throne. He was clad in a simple black suit, his face hidden by the iconic, skull-like mask. A web of tubes and pipes snaked around his body, connecting to the life support apparatus on his back. All for One had arrived. My, his voice echoed across the mountain, amplified by some unseen quirk. It was a voice that scraped at the soul, dry and ancient and filled with an insatiable hunger. What a spirited defense. You have built quite the little kingdom here, Izuku Midoriya. Or should I say, Dragon Emperor. He landed softly on the ground. The remaining Nomu gathering behind him like a grotesque honor guard. It's a shame, he continued, his head tilting slightly as he surveyed the scene, that I will have to tear it all down. Izuku stepped forward, Ryuko and Itsuka falling into position at his flanks. The air crackled with tension, a standoff between two kings. All for One, Izuku's voice was devoid of the fear the villain usually inspired. It was cold, flat, and filled with a pressure that seemed to make the very air heavier. You are a ghost of the past. A parasite who clings to a world that no longer has a place for you. You should have stayed buried. All for One chuckled, a horrid, rasping sound. Such arrogance. You have the power of a god, boy, but the soul of a sentimental child. That power is wasted on you. It is a tool for building, for ruling, for taking. You use it merely to protect. A watchdog barking at shadows. He extended a hand, his fingers crooking in a beckoning gesture. Give it to me, give me the power, and I will show you what true order looks like. A world united under a single, absolute will. My will. You and your little friends can even have a place in it. A comfortable cage, of course, but a place nonetheless. The ideological chasm between them was laid bare. All for One's philosophy of domination through consumption, a world enslaved for its own good. Izuku's burgeoning philosophy of order through protection, a world shielded so it could flourish on its own. The only thing you'll be taking is a path to the oblivion you so richly deserve, Izuku stated. Golden flames beginning to lick at his arms. So be it, All for One sighed, a theatrical sound of disappointment. And then he attacked. He didn't move, he simply pointed a finger. And the air between them compressed, solidified, and shot forward, air cannon. But it was more than that. The projectile was wrapped in tendrils of black and red energy, rivet stab, kinetic booster, strength enhancer X4. It was a combination attack, a simple gesture that held the force of an artillery shell. Izuku didn't dodge, he met it head-on. He swiped his hand, and a wave of golden fire erupted, not just burning the attack, but unraveling it. The compressed air dissipated, the energy tendrils dissolved into nothing. All for One's head tilted again. Fascinating. Not a counter, a negation. You are not just overpowering my quirks, you are erasing their effect. What a delightful power. He vanished, reappearing directly behind Izuku with a speed that defied physics. He lunged, his hand outstretched, aiming for the back of Izuku's neck. Let's see if it's truly yours to command. But Izuku was already moving, his draconic senses screaming a warning moments before the teleport. He spun, his clawed hand catching All for One's wrist. The two forces met with a shockwave that cracked the ground beneath them. The battle of titans had begun. It was a terrifying dance of cataclysmic forces. All for One was a maestro of violence, a symphony of stolen powers conducted with centuries of experience. He unleashed torrents of attacks, never using the same combination twice. Beams of energy, shards of bone, tendrils of darkness, telekinetic assaults, a relentless, overwhelming barrage designed to confuse and exhaust any opponent. Izuku, in contrast, was a force of nature. His movements were more primal, more direct. He was the storm, the earthquake, the inferno. He met every complex assault with overwhelming power. His claws tore through spatial warping quirks. His roars shattered sonic attacks. His flames consumed energy blasts. "You are a brute," All for One taunted, dodging a swipe that carved a 10-foot gouge in the mountainside. All that power, and no finesse. Finesse is the tool of the weak, who must compensate for their lack of strength, Izuku countered, his voice a guttural snarl. He stomped his foot, and the very ground erupted, spikes of stone shooting up to impale the villain. All for One simply floated above them, laughing. The ground battle was a brutal, swirling melee. The remaining Nomu, no longer held in reserve, charged. Itsuka and Ryuko met them, a bulwark of flesh and will. Itsuka was a whirlwind of motion, her giant fists shattering the Nomu's reinforced bones, her leadership keeping the defense force from being overwhelmed. Ryuko was an elegant blade, her movements precise and deadly, severing spinal cords and piercing exposed brains, her silver draconic energy dissolving the regenerative properties of her foes. Momo's voice was a constant, calming presence in their ears. Itsuka, a regenerative brute is flanking you from the left. Mei, target its exposed core. On it. Mei's voice crackled, and a concentrated beam of energy lanced down from a hidden turret, boring a hole straight through the targeted Nomu. They were a single, cohesive unit. The queens were holding the line, buying their emperor the space he needed to face the old king. Izuku and All for One escalated their duel. They took to the skies, their battle lighting up the clouds. All for One unleashed a new combination, a gravity warping field to hold Izuku in place, followed by a volley of spear-like projectiles made of hardened blood. Izuku roared, and the golden aura around him exploded outwards, shattering the gravity field. He caught the blood spears in one hand, the foreign quirk sizzling against his draconic power, and crushed them into dust. He retaliated with a stream of fire so vast and intense it turned the night sky into day. All for One erected a barrier, stacking multiple defensive quirks, impact reversal, energy nullification, kinetic absorption. The shield held, but it cracked under the strain. The villain was sweating, the tubes connected to him hissing and steaming. Incredible, he rasped, a genuine note of wonder in his voice. To think such a power existed. It dwarfs everything I have ever taken. But the wonder was quickly replaced by avarice. He saw a weakness. The boy was powerful, impossibly so, but his focus was singular. He was a warrior, focused entirely on his opponent. He was not yet a king, who must watch the entire board. With a subtle flick of his wrist, All for One activated a long-dormant quirk he'd stolen from a forgettable hero decades ago. A misdirection quirk, one that created a perfect psychic blind spot. While he continued to press his frontal assault on Izuku, a single black tendril, almost invisible against the dark sky, snaked away from the main battle. It shot down towards the maw, silent and swift. Its target was not the fighters. It was the command center. It was the strategist. Momo saw it at the last possible second. An anomaly on her sensors, a flicker of energy where none should be. Izuku, watch. Her warning was cut off as the tendril smashed through the rock wall of her command center. The screens exploded in a shower of sparks. The comms went dead. Izuku felt it like a physical blow. Momo's presence, her constant stream of information, her cool-headed guidance in his mind, it vanished. Snuffed out. For a single, horrifying second, his focus broke. His head whipped around, his eyes searching for the source of the attack. And that was the opening All for One needed. Sentiment, the villain whispered, his voice right beside Izuku's ear. Your fatal flaw. A dozen different quirks activated at once. Chains made of pure force erupted from the air, wrapping around Izuku's limbs. A bioelectric quirk sent paralyzing jolts through his body. A neurotoxin, delivered via an air pollen quirk, flooded his system, trying to shut down his nervous system. Izuku roared in fury and pain, his own power fighting against the onslaught, but he was caught. He was trapped. Now, let us see about harvesting our prize, All for One said, placing a hand on Izuku's forehead. The dreaded, soul-stealing power of his original quirk flared to life. But he wasn't trying to steal the dragon power. Not yet. He knew it was too vast, too wild. He was trying to steal something else. Something vestigial. The faint, lingering echo of one for all. He wanted to reclaim his brother's quirk first. As a symbolic victory, before taking the grand prize. The pain was unimaginable. It felt like his very soul was being ripped out. The phantom limb of one for all screamed. And the dragon power within him raged against its cage, fighting the paralysis, the chains, the poison. Down below, the queens saw him falter. They saw him trapped in the sky, all for one's hand on his head. Izuku, Ryuko screamed, her composure finally breaking. A wave of pure, silver energy erupted from her, blasting away the Nomu surrounding her as she prepared to launch herself into the air. But All for One was prepared for that. He gestured, and one of the last high ends, a monstrous thing with regenerative abilities that rivaled All for One's own, intercepted her, tackling her out of the air and slamming her into the mountainside with sickening force. Ryuko, Itsuka cried out, turning to help, but two more Nomu swarmed her, forcing her back on the defensive. They were being systematically separated and overwhelmed. It was all falling apart. Trapped in the sky, forced to watch Ryuko get brutally slammed into the rock, hearing the sounds of Itsuka's desperate fight. Ealing Momo's connection severed. Something inside Izuku snapped. The rational mind, the boy who was learning to be a king, retreated. The self-sacrificing hero he once was died its final death. All that was left was the dragon. His new philosophy was simple: protect and rule. And the heart of that philosophy, the very core of his new world, was his queens. They were his territory. They were his family. And All for One had dared to harm them. He had dared to threaten his foundation. The world went silent. The golden energy around Izuku began to change. It darkened, deepened, condensing until it was the color of molten liquid gold. The chains of force began to creak, then groan, then shatter into dust. The bioelectric attack shorted out. The neurotoxin was burned away by a sudden, violent surge of inner heat. All for One felt the shift and jerked his hand back, a flicker of genuine alarm crossing his features for the first time in centuries. What is this? Izuku's head lifted. The eyes that met the villains were no longer human. They were pure, incandescent furnaces, cosmic storms of golden fury. His scream was not a human sound. It was a reality-bending roar that tore through the sky. A sound of creation and destruction mingled into one. His body began to change. It was not a gentle transformation. It was a violent, agonizing eruption of power. His bones cracked and elongated. His skin split open as thick, interlocking scales of obsidian and gold burst forth, covering him in a suit of divine armor. His jawline stretched, his mouth and nose merging into a short, draconic muzzle. Sharp fangs lengthening past his lips. His spine lengthened, a powerful, scaled tail whipping out behind him. Great, leathery wings, ribbed with golden horns, tore themselves from his back, unfurling to their full, magnificent span. He didn't grow into a full, four-legged dragon. He became something far more terrifying, a perfect hybrid. A draconic god in humanoid form, radiating a power so immense it made the air tremble and the mountain weep dust. He was no longer Izuku Midoriya. In this moment, he was only the Dragon Emperor. The consciousness that looked out of those blazing eyes was ancient and vast. It saw All for One not as a rival king, but as a blight. A disease. A parasite to be purged. With a speed that was no longer just movement but a fold in space, the Dragon Emperor appeared before All for One. Before the villain could even register the movement, a clawed hand, each talon a foot long and sharp enough to slice through dimensions, shot out and grabbed him by the face. The skull mask shattered. The face beneath it, a ruin of scarred flesh, a lipless mouth, and empty eye sockets, was exposed to the night. You dare touch mine, the voice that led from the Emperor's chest was a chorus of 1,000 voices, an avalanche of sound. All for One tried to activate a dozen quirks at once, but it was like throwing pebbles at a tsunami. The Emperor's grip was absolute. His golden aura negating every power the villain tried to muster. And then, the Emperor did something that defied All for One's entire understanding of the world. He didn't try to steal a quirk. He didn't try to destroy his body. He reached past the physical, his claws glowing with a terrible light, and plunged them into All for One's very soul. All for one screamed. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated agony. A shriek that was torn from the very core of his being. He could feel it. He could feel the Emperor's power wrapped around the latticework of his stolen quirks, the very essence of his identity. And then, he pulled. It was not a clean removal. It was a butcher's work. The Emperor was not a thief, taking things neatly. He was a predator, tearing away a chunk of its prey. He ripped and tore and shredded. Threads of light, each one a stolen quirk, a stolen life, were ripped from All for One's soul. Hundreds of them, not the most powerful ones he kept close to his core, but the vast library of utility and minor quirks he used to create his complex combinations. His versatility, his strategic depth, the stolen powers, severed from their host, dissolved into motes of light and vanished. Returning to the cosmic ether, the Emperor threw the broken, screaming villain away. All for One crashed into the mountainside with enough force to trigger a landslide. He lay in the rubble, a broken shell. He was alive, his core quirks and regeneration keeping him from death, but he was diminished. A significant portion of his arsenal, his life's work of collection, was gone forever. The ultimate thief had been plundered. The Dragon Emperor turned his blazing gaze to the remaining Nomu. He raised a hand, and the golden energy condensed into a spear of pure light. He threw it. The spear pierced the high end that was pinning Ryuko, vaporizing it instantly. It then exploded, a sunburst of golden fire that incinerated every other Nomu on the mountain in a single, silent flash. The world was quiet again. The draconic form began to recede. The wings folded into his back, the scales retracted beneath his skin, the tail vanished. Izuku fell to his knees, gasping. The transformation leaving him utterly drained. Ryuko, Itsuka, and a now recovered Momo rushed to his side. They found him panting, sweat pouring down his face, but alive. From the crater in the mountain, All for One began to stir. He rose, trembling, his body knitting itself back together, but his presence was weak, pathetic. He stared at Izuku, his ruined face a mask of disbelief, horror, and a new, unfamiliar emotion, fear. He had come seeking the ultimate prize. He had found a force beyond his comprehension. He had been savaged, maimed in a way that felt more permanent than any of All Might's physical blows. He had been fundamentally lessened. With a final, hateful glare, he tore open a warped gate and stumbled through it, retreating in a display of utter, humiliating defeat. The queens surrounded Izuku. Ryuko gently touched his cheek, her eyes filled with awe and concern. Itsuka stood guard, her gaze sweeping the horizon for any remaining threats. Momo ran a quick diagnostic with a device she'd already created, checking his vitals. Izuku looked up at them, his eyes slowly returning to their normal green. He saw their faces, bruised and dirty but safe. He had protected them. He had defended his home. He looked out from the broken mountain, at the world now silent under the moon. The hero system was a ghost. The king of villains was a broken, fleeing cur. A new power had just announced itself on the global stage, not with a declaration, but with a display of absolute, terrifying might. The hero-villain paradigm, the game he had once so desperately wanted to be a part of, was well and truly dead. And on its ashes, his reign had just begun. Chapter 8. The Dawn of an Empire. The silence that followed the defeat of All for One was a different kind of quiet from the one that had previously blanketed the dragon's maw. The earlier silence had been one of sanctuary, of isolation and healing, a peaceful respite from a world that had rejected him. This new silence was heavier, charged with the palpable weight of consequence. It was the silence of a vacuum, the deafening hush that follows a thunderclap, where the entire world seems to hold its breath, waiting to see what will fill the void. Izuku Midoriya, the Dragon Emperor, had not just defeated a villain, he had shattered a paradigm. The binary conflict of heroes versus villains, the central pillar of modern society, had been fractured by the arrival of a third, undeniable power. Izuku stood on the precipice of the great balcony, a natural stone ledge that jutted out from the main chamber of their mountain fortress, offering a panoramic view of the sprawling valleys and distant, glittering cities below. The wind, cold and sharp at this altitude, whipped his dark green hair, now longer and more untamed, across his face. It smelled of pine, of distant rain, and of ozone, the lingering scent of immense power unleashed. His body ached, not from the superficial wounds of his battle with All for One, which were already healing at a supernatural rate, but from a deeper, more profound exhaustion. He had pushed his draconic power to its very edge, manifesting a partial transformation that felt as natural as breathing and as terrifying as drowning. The memory of it, the sensation of his bones reshaping, of golden scales erupting over his skin, of a primal roar tearing from a throat no longer entirely human, was still a vivid, roaring fire in his mind. He was not alone. The subtle shift of stone behind him announced Ryuko's presence. She came to stand beside him, her own silver hair a stark, beautiful contrast to the encroaching twilight. She didn't speak, her silence a comfortable and understanding thing. Her presence was a tether, a constant reminder of the ancient lineage that now flowed through his veins. She had been his guide, his first believer, the one who had seen an emperor in the broken shell of a boy. "The world is listening," she said finally, her voice low but carrying easily over the wind. Her crimson eyes, slitted like his own, scanned the horizon. "It's not the fear of a villain they feel. It's the awe of a god." Izuku's gaze followed hers. He could feel it, too. A tremor in the very fabric of the world, a psychic resonance that was the collective shock and terror of 8 billion souls. His clash with All for One had not been a hidden affair. May's drones had been present, not to broadcast, but to record, to analyze, to gather data on the symbol of evil's myriad of quirks. But the sheer energy output had been astronomical, lighting up every satellite, triggering every seismograph, and creating atmospheric phenomena visible from hundreds of kilometers away. The HPSC and the world governments could no longer contain the narrative. The UAT Raider was not some runaway with a powerful quirk. The being that had humbled the pro-heroes at UA's gates and then fought the legendary All for One to a standstill, and won, was something else entirely. "They don't see a god," Izuku countered, his voice rougher, deeper than it once was. The change was permanent now, a constant echo of the dragon within. "They see a monster, a new king of monsters to replace the old one. Let them," Ryuko said, a faint, dangerous smile gracing her lips. "Kings are meant to be feared. It is the foundation of respect. And respect is the foundation of order." Inside the main chamber, the atmosphere was one of controlled, frenetic activity. The cavern, once a place of quiet contemplation, had become the nerve center of a burgeoning empire. Wires and fiber optic cables, encased in durable, self-repairing sheaths of maize design, snaked across the ancient stone walls, connecting holographic projectors and massive data servers to a powerful geothermal GE. Narrator Izuku had helped Mei install deep within the mountain's heart. Momo Yaoyorozu stood before a semicircular array of holographic screens, her expression a mask of intense concentration. Data streamed across the displays in waterfalls of text and graphs, global stock market reactions, emergency session transcripts from the Diet and the United Nations, panicked HPSC internal communications, and 1,000 other threads of information she was weaving together into a coherent tapestry of the world's response. Her hero costume was gone, replaced by a practical but elegant dark purple and black jumpsuit of Mei's design, which incorporated light armor and communication systems. The ponytail was still there, but it seemed tighter, more severe, a reflection of the immense pressure she had placed upon herself. She had abandoned her old life without a moment's hesitation after the Celestial Warden's attack, the HPSC's treachery laid bare for all to see. For Momo, a creature of logic and order, the system's failure was not just a disappointment, it was a fundamental betrayal of its own stated principles. Izuku didn't offer chaos, he offered a new, more logical system. His vision was clear, his objectives decisive. He was a force for change, and she, with her intellect and strategic acumen, would be the architect of the world that followed. "The economic fallout is substantial," she murmured, zooming in on a graph depicting the Nikkei index plummeting. "Hero-based stocks are in freefall. Insurance companies are petitioning governments for bailouts, citing extra-normal existence. Teal threats not covered under standard policies. The HPSC president has been forced to resign. They're trying to spin it, of course, leaking fabricated intelligence that All for One was weakened from a previous encounter. That Midoriya simply capitalized on it. No one is buying it." A new screen flickered to life, showing a live feed from a news helicopter circling a devastated zone on the outskirts of Camino. The land was scarred, blackened, and in some places, vitrified into jagged black glass. The epicenter of the battle. They're calling it the Dragon's Scar, Momo continued, her voice devoid of emotion as she relayed the fact. The energy signatures left behind defy all known quirk science. They're terrified, and their fear is making them clumsy. She gestured to another screen, displaying intercepted communications. Multiple governments are quietly moving their special forces into position. Not to attack, but to contain. They're drawing lines on a map, trying to quarantine us. In another corner of the vast cavern, the percussive clang of metal on metal rang out. Mei Hatsume, grease smudged on her cheek and her goggles pushed up on her forehead, was working with a man. I see glee that was both infectious and slightly terrifying. She was practically vibrating with energy, her brilliant mind firing on all cylinders. Izuku hadn't just given her resources, he had given her the ultimate canvas and the ultimate challenge. How do you equip a living god? How do you build technology to contend with celestial beings? These were the questions that fueled her. Spread before were the mangled remains of several of All for One's high-tech life support components, salvaged from the battlefield. She was reverse engineering them with a series of sophisticated scanners and micro-tools. Her movements a blur of practiced efficiency. This old fossil was a genius. A monster, a creep, a total villain, yes, but a genius. She chirped, not looking up from her work. The way he integrated biotech with his quirks, it's a feedback loop. He uses his quirks to power the tech, and the tech stabilizes and enhances his quirks. It's beautiful, and so fragile. She held up a twisted piece of metal. I can make this 100 times better. 1,000. Emperor-grade babies for our emperor. We can integrate your energy directly into our systems, Izuku. Your fire could power our entire fortress for a decade. We could build armor that wears you as much as you wear it. Oh, the possibilities. Her enthusiasm was a stark contrast to the grim focus of the fourth member of their inner circle. Itsuka Kendo stood in a newly carved-out section of the mountain, a training hall with reinforced floors and holographic targets. Her fiery orange hair was tied back in a high ponytail, and she wore a simple, functional training uniform. Sweat beaded on her brow as she moved through a series of katas, her fists, enlarged by her quirk, striking the air with force that created audible cracks. She was not just training herself. Around her, a dozen or so figures moved with less grace, less precision, but with a fierce determination. They were the first to arrive, the first to seek sanctuary. Some were former low-ranking heroes disillusioned with the commission. Others were civilians with quirks deemed unheroic, or villainous, who had been ostracized by society. A young woman who could communicate with insects. A man whose body was made of living, mutable clay. People who had fallen through the cracks of a rigid, judgmental society. Itsuka had taken them under her wing. She was their commander, their drill sergeant, and their staunchest defender. Her decision to side with Izuku during the warden's attack had been instinctive, a flash of pure, unadulterated justice. But in the weeks that followed, it had solidified into unshakable conviction. She saw in Class 1A the rot of the hero system, the blind faith, the refusal to question, the emotional compromises that led to catastrophe. She saw in Izuku not a villain, but a necessary corrective force. His methods were brutal, but his purpose was clear, to protect. He was simply doing it on a scale and with a level of foresight the heroes could never comprehend. She finished her kata with a powerful, grounding stomp. Again, she commanded, her voice echoing in the hall. Your hesitation is your enemy's opportunity. We are the shield of this new world. We will not falter. We will not break. Izuku watched them all from the balcony, a swell of something fierce and protective rising in his chest. Ryuko, the anchor to his past. Momo, the architect of his future. Mei, the engine of his power. Itsuka, the fist of his will. They were not his followers. They were not his subjects. They were his queens, the pillars upon which he would build his new world. The shattered fragments of his old life, the pain of betrayal from his former friends, seemed a distant, fated thing. It was the fire that had forged him. But it was no longer the fire that fueled him. This, here, was his family. His dynasty. He turned from the balcony and walked back into the chamber, his heavy footsteps drawing all eyes to him. The hum of machines, the clanging of metal, the grunts of training, it all ceased. A hush fell over the room as he approached the central command console where Momo stood. "Report," he commanded, his voice calm but imbued with an authority that was absolute. Momo straightened, her focus shifting from the screens to him. The world is in a state of reactive panic. They are attempting to consolidate power. But the HPSC is a decapitated entity, and no one trusts them. Other hero organizations globally are distancing themselves. They are afraid. They don't know who to fight, or how. "And the wardens?" Izuku asked, the name tasting like ash in his mouth. "No new sightings," Momo replied, pulling up a global map covered in satellite tracking data. "But May's new deep space sensors have detected anomalies. Tachyons, gravitational distortions, things that aren't supposed to be there. They're watching, waiting." "Good," Izuku said, a cold certainty in his tone. "Let them wait. We will not be defined by our enemies. We will be defined by what we build. The world is waiting for an answer. It's time we gave them one." He looked around at his queens, meeting each of their gazes. "We need to make a statement. Not a challenge, not a threat, a declaration. The world as it was is over. We must show them what will take its place." The Council of the Dragon Emperor convened not around a table, but in the heart of the command center, the holographic light of global data streams painting their faces in shifting hues of blue and white. It was here that the future would be decided. AAC, MPLE Declaration of Sovereignty is the most logical first step, Momo began, ever the pragmatist. She brought up a map, highlighting their mountain and the surrounding, largely uninhabited region. "We declare this territory the sovereign domain of the Dragon Empire. We establish clear borders, outline non-aggression pacts, and open diplomatic channels. It will be a show of structured power, not chaotic aggression. It will give the governments a framework they can understand." "Too soft," Itsuka countered immediately, stepping forward. She wiped a bead of sweat from her temple with the back of her hand. "They'll see it as a request, not a declaration. They'll test the borders. They'll send spies. They'll try to undermine us with politics and sanctions. We need to project strength. A set of rules. The Emperor's laws. 1. No unsanctioned hero or villain activity within our domain. 2. All who seek sanctuary here are under our protection, regardless of their past, so long as they abide by our laws. 3. Any aggression against us or our people will be met with overwhelming and decisive force. No negotiation, no warning, just annihilation. It needs to be simple, brutal, and unambiguous." May, ever the show woman, cackled with delight. "Ooh, I like that. Annihilation. We can give them a little demonstration. I've been working on a new orbital kinetic strike platform. I call her the Emperor's Judgment. We could pick an uninhabited island somewhere and just, poof, wipe it off the map. A little fireworks display to let them know we mean business. Can we, Izuku, please?" Her eyes, magnified by her goggles, were wide with gleeful anticipation. Izuku listened to them all, his expression unreadable. He valued their counsel, their different perspectives. Momo's logic, Itsuka's strength, May's terrifying creativity. They were the facets of the crown he now wore. But it was Ryoko who spoke last, her voice cutting through the strategic debate with the weight of ancient tradition. "They are all right," she said, her gaze fixed on Izuku. "But they speak of the what, not the why. You are not a politician, a general, or an inventor, Izuku. You are the Emperor, the Druk Galpo. Your right to rule does not come from their permission. It is inherent. You do not ask for territory, you claim it. You do not propose laws, you decree them. Your broadcast cannot be a political statement. It must be a coronation. You must show them not just your power, but your purpose. Why should they follow you? Why should they believe in your order over theirs? You must give them a new faith. A new faith." The words resonated deep within Izuku, stirring the ancient, instinctual part of him. He was not just trying to survive anymore. He was not just trying to protect his own. He was trying to build a world that didn't create broken boys like him. A world that didn't need a flimsy symbol of peace to hold back the tide of its own corruption and despair. "Ryoko is right," Izuku said, his voice silencing all further debate. He walked to the center of the holographic array and with a gesture, swept the maps and data streams away, leaving a single, rotating globe of the Earth. Momo, your logic is sound. We need a structure they can comprehend. Itsuka, your laws are the bones of that structure. They must be clear and absolute. Mei, your power is the muscle that will enforce it. But Ryoko, you have given us the soul. He looked at each of them, his golden eyes glowing with an inner fire. The hero system was reactive. It waited for disaster, for villains to rise, for people to suffer, and then it acted. A bandage on a festering wound. The villains, like All for One, were proactive in their own way, seeking to tear down and dominate. Both were agents of chaos, locked in a cycle that only perpetuated suffering. We will be different. He placed a hand on the holographic globe, and it flared with golden light. We will be proactive protectors. We will not wait for the sickness to spread. We will be the surgeons who cut out the cancer before it can kill the patient. Human trafficking rings, corrupt corporations poisoning the land, shadow governments funding wars for profit. These are the diseases the heroes were too blind or too constrained to fight. We will not be. Our protection is not a service we offer. It is a state of being we will enforce. He then turned to Momo. Prepare the broadcast. I want to hijack every screen on the planet. Every television, every phone, every public billboard. No one will be able to look away. To Mei, he said, I want our stage to be here. In the heart of the Ma. Let them see the seat of our power. And ready, the Emperor's judgment. Pick a target, a remote, lifeless rock in the Pacific. I want its destruction to be the final punctuation of my speech. To Itsuka, gather your people. Have them stand ready. When the broadcast ends, the world will change, and many will be frightened. Many will be angry, but many more will be hopeful. We must be ready to receive them. And finally, he looked to Ryoko, a softer light in his eyes. Stand with me, with all of you. They need to see that I am not alone. That, this is not the whim of one powerful being, but the foundation of a dynasty. The air crackled with anticipation. This was it, the moment of conception for a new age. There was no fear in the room, only a profound and terrifying sense of purpose. They were no longer fugitives or defectors. They were the architects of tomorrow. The world went dark. For a single, unified moment, every screen on the planet went black. In Times Square, the vibrant, chaotic advertisements vanished, replaced by an unnerving void. In Shibuya Crossing, the cacophony of video billboards fell silent. On handheld phones, in bustling cafes and on massive televisions in quiet suburban homes, the same silent, black screen held sway. For 5 long seconds, the world was united in a shared, confused silence. Then, an image appeared. It was not a grainy, hacked video from a dark room. The quality was crystalline, the sound perfect. The setting was a throne room of impossible grandeur, carved from the living heart of a mountain. Great, sweeping arches of natural stone rose to a cavernous ceiling, where veins of a softly glowing, golden mineral pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light. Behind the central figure, a massive, carved throne of obsidian and gold sat empty, a symbol of power waiting to be fully claimed. And in the center stood Izuku Midoriya. He was no longer the boy they remembered. The hero costume was gone, replaced by attire that was both regal and martial. He wore dark, armored trousers and boots of a strange, scale-like material. His upper body was clad in a form-fitting, sleeveless black tunic that left his arms bare, revealing the faint, geometric patterns of golden scales that now traced their way up his arms and across his shoulders, shimmering in the light. His face was harder, his jaw set, and his eyes glowed with a soft, golden luminescence, pupils slit like a dragon's. They held no trace of the nervous, cheerful boy who had been cast out of UA. They held only an immense, ancient calm and an unyielding will. He was not alone. Flanking him, standing slightly behind him in a semicircle, were his 4 queens. To his right stood Ryoko Tatsuma, her silver hair and crimson eyes radiating a primal elegance, and Itsuka Kendo, her expression stern and resolute, her stance a warrior's. To his left stood Momo Yaoyorozu, her posture poised and intelligent, a living symbol of strategic command. And Mei Hatsume, a wild, brilliant spark in her eyes, her presence a testament to the terrifying technological might at their disposal. They stood united, a tableau of different kinds of power, all in service to a single vision. In a secure bunker deep beneath the ruins of the HPSC headquarters, the newly appointed council watched on a massive screen, their faces pale with horror and impotence. All Might, gaunt and skeletal in his true form, sat in a darkened room at UA, watching the face of the boy he had failed, the boy who had become something he could no longer comprehend. In a grimy bar, Shigaraki and the remnants of the League stared, their own plans for chaos utterly eclipsed. In Class 1A's dorm, a heavy silence reigned as Uraraka, Iida, and Bakugo watched the ghost of their friend declare himself a god. "My name is Izuku Midoriya," he began, his voice resonating with a power that seemed to vibrate through the speakers, a deep baritone that commanded attention. "To many of you, I am known as the UA traitor, a fiction created by a corrupt and failing system too cowardly to admit its own weakness. That boy is dead, he was burned to ashes in the fires of your betrayal, your fear, and your apathy." He paused, letting the words hang in the air. "I am not here to seek revenge. I am not here to ask for your forgiveness. Revenge is a petty goal, and your forgiveness is worthless to me. I am here to speak a truth that you have long felt in your hearts, but have been too afraid to voice. The age of heroes is over." A collective gasp went around the world. For decades, you have lived under a system that promised you peace, that promised you protection. And what has it given you? A fragile, brittle order, maintained by a celebrity cult of heroes, who acted as reactive agents of damage control. They fought the symptoms of a diseased world while allowing the sickness to fester in the shadows. They fought flamboyant villains on your television screens while corporations poisoned your water, while trafficking rings stole your children, and while your own governments lied to you. The camera slowly zoomed in on Izuku's face, on the absolute conviction in his glowing eyes. They sold you a lie. The lie that a single, smiling man could hold back the darkness. But the darkness was never truly held back. It was merely ignored. All Might's era was a gilded cage, and you were too comfortable to notice the bars. In his room, Toshinori Yagi coughed, a thin trickle of blood running from the corner of his mouth. The words were like physical blows. All for One was not an anomaly, Izuku continued, his voice dropping to a near whisper that was somehow more menacing. He was an inevitability, the product of a system that allowed a predator to grow for a century in its shadow. His defeat was not a victory for the heroes. They were not even present. His defeat was a demonstration that a new kind of power has come into this world. A power that will not wait. A power that will not ignore the darkness. He straightened to his full height, the golden light of the cavern seeming to coalesce around him. "I am that power, and this is my decree." The camera pulled back, once again showing him with his queens, a united and formidable front. "From this moment forward, the region you know as the Shizuoka Mount Ain Range and its surrounding territories are the sovereign land of the Dragon Empire. This is not a request. It is a statement of fact. Momo's contribution, delivered with an emperor's authority. Within these lands, our law is absolute. We offer sanctuary to all who have been failed by the old system. The disillusioned, the outcast, the forgotten. Your past is irrelevant. Your future, under our protection, is assured. All we ask is your loyalty to the new order." Itsuka's iron fist, wrapped in a velvet glove of sanctuary. "Our laws are simple. You will live in peace. You will contribute to the strength of our community. You will not harm your neighbor. Those who embrace this order will know a prosperity and security the old world could never offer. Those who seek to bring chaos or harm to our people will be erased." A chilling, final warning. To the governments and hero organizations of the world, hear me now. Your authority ends at our borders. Any incursion, be it by spies, soldiers, or heroes, will be considered an act of war. You will not be warned twice. The Dragon Empire does not engage in protracted conflicts. We end them. The screen behind Izuku and his queens flickered to life, showing a live satellite feed of a barren, rocky island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. It was a desolate, lifeless place. The old world valued symbols. So allow me to give you a new one. A symbol of our resolve. A symbol of our reach. May smiled, a feral, joyous thing, and pressed a button on a console just out of frame. From the heavens, a streak of blinding light descended. It was not an explosion. It was an impact of pure, kinetic force, silent in the vacuum of space, but apocalyptic on the surface. The island did not just explode, it vaporized. The ocean around it flash-boiled into steam, and a shockwave of displaced water raced outwards in a perfect, terrifying circle. In less than a second, an entire landmass had ceased to exist. The screen returned to Izuku, his expression unchanged. The demonstration was so swift, so absolute, it was more terrifying than any drawn-out battle. We are not heroes waiting for a call. We are the guardians of a new age. We will not be reactive. We will be proactive. We will be the surgeons that cut the cancer from this world. We will hunt the predators in the shadows. We will dismantle the corrupt systems that allow them to thrive. We will bring a true and lasting order. An emperor's peace. He took a step forward, his gaze seeming to pierce through the screen, to look into the eyes of every single person watching. This is not a reign of one man. It is the foundation of a new dynasty. A line of protectors, born of this union of will and power, he said, gesturing slightly to the queens beside him, will ensure this world's peace for generations to come. We will build a legacy that will never be broken. A world that does not need saving. The breeding aspect, as the HPSC's frantic analysts would later call it, was reframed. It was not about conquest or lust. It was about permanence, legacy, an eternal promise of protection, seeded into the future of humanity itself. The old world is dead. Today, a new one is born. You can either stand with us in the dawn, or be swept away by it. The choice is yours. The screen went black. The broadcast was over. The world, for the second time in an hour, was plunged into a profound silence. But this time, it was not the silence of confusion. It was the silence of awe, of terror, and for a surprising, growing number of people, of hope. In the dragon's maw, the tension broke. May let out a whoop of pure joy. Did you see it? Bam. No more island. My baby worked perfectly. Oh, I am the greatest genius in history. Itsuka let out a long, slow breath. The adrenaline of the moment finally receding. No one can mistake that message, she said, a grim smile on her face. The lines are drawn. Momo was already back at her console, her fingers flying across the holographic interface. Initial reactions are chaotic, widespread panic, but also intrigue. A number of online communities dedicated to quirk disenfranchisement are hailing Izuku as a savior. Several small, independent hero agencies have already reached out, asking for terms. They're breaking ranks. Ryuko simply walked to Izuku's side, placing a hand on his arm. Her touch was grounding, a cool anchor in the storm of his own power. The first Druk Galpo united the warring clans and forged an empire that lasted 1,000 years, she said softly, for his ears only. His first address to the clan lords was much the same. A promise of protection, and the threat of oblivion. You are his true heir, Izuku. Izuku looked at them, his queens, his council, his family. The weight of his own words, of the future he had just decreed, settled upon him. It was a burden heavier than any mountain. But as he looked at their faces, at Momo's brilliant focus, Mei's wild genius, Itsuka's unshakable strength, and Ryuko's ancient wisdom, he did not feel crushed by it. He felt supported. He walked past them, back to the great balcony, the 4 women following in his wake. They stood there together, the 5 of them, looking out at the world they had just promised to remake. The sun was beginning to set, painting the clouds in hues of orange, purple, and gold. It was the end of a day, and the end of an era. The world was now fundamentally changed. The hero system was a hollowed-out shell, its credibility shattered. All for one, the old king of villains, was broken and licking his wounds in the shadows. And here, in the heart of the mountains, a new power had risen. The Dragon Empire. Izuku looked toward the horizon, at the sky darkening to a deep indigo and the first stars beginning to appear. He could feel it, a subtle wrongness in the cosmic weave, a cold, distant presence that was the celestial wardens. They were still out there, a looming, divine threat that saw High's very existence as a blight to be purged. They would come for him. He knew it with a certainty that chilled his very soul. But as the cool night air washed over him, he felt Ryuko's hand find his. On his other side, Momo stood. Her presence a silent vow of intellectual support. Behind him, he could hear the faint, excited chatter of Mei describing her next project to a resolute Itsuka. He was not afraid. The fear, the loneliness, the despair, it had all been burned away in his rebirth. For the first time since he was a small, quirkless boy crying in front of a computer screen, he was not alone. He was a king, with his queens, at the dawn of a new age, and together, they would face whatever darkness came, be it from the heavens above or the hearts of men below. Their reign had just begun.